Hiyo kitu hujaipata.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, our viewers. Welcome to Afrique Diaspora TV. This is your ideal home for politics, entertainment, and breaking news. So, welcome and ensure that as you join us, start by liking the video, sharing, and inviting others so that we can be able to follow together. We are live in YouTube channel that is Afrique D24 TV. We are live in Facebook Afrique 24 TV, and we are also live in Mutembei TV YouTube channel. So ensure as you join us, you like, share, and subscribe to our channels. We have a lot lined up for you today, right from politics, breaking news, entertainment, and also matters economy. Today, we are looking in politics. We are having a meeting that took place between Moses Kuria and Raila in Mombasa. And after the meeting, Moses Kuria praised Raila as his best friend and went ahead to say that now that the king is away, the regional kingpins can now take their space. Raila also attended the Luo Cultural Festival that was organized in Mombasa by the Mombasa Governor Sharif, and we also looking at the possibility of Embakasi East MP Babu Owino deputizing Kalonzo in 2027. Stay here as we are going to discuss all this and give you much needed information. And don't forget that this is a talk show and we cannot do it alone. We need you to participate by typing and giving your comments on the comment section. You can also use the link that we are sharing there to join the studio and be part of the panelists. In matters of economy, we are also going to look at the haste at the treasury, whereby we are going to see how we have budgeted corruption with inflated salaries at the hem of our treasury. So welcome and ensure you invite others. With me, I'm having Mzalendo, who is going to help us analyze some political events. I have Geoffrey Buru, and I'm also joined by Mise, who will also give us some legal part of our discussion. So karibuni sana na muweze kujiunga na wengine pia ili wasiweze kukosa shughuli hizi tukizungumza kama Wakenya. Yes, welcome once again. Karibu sana Mzalendo. Say hi to our viewers. It is a wonderful morning here in Kenya. I don't know the time where you are. You will be able to tell us. And after greeting our viewers, I just want you to touch on one thing. The first thing that you can see rolling on our screen there, Moses Kuria meets Raila. And indeed, you went ahead to say that I bumped into my best friend. Is it coincidence or planned? We know things don't happen, but in politics, things are made to happen. So was it coincident that Moses Kuria met Raila or they planned to meet? Karibu sana Mzalendo.
Thank you, Leo, and once again, thank you for inviting me to this particular show. It is always a pleasure to be with you to discuss matters, politics, and what is happening around the world. Well, as you heard, my name is Mzalendo. I'm one of the panelists here. I want to start by saying that, just as Leo put it, it's not a coincidence that that Kuria met Raila, and indeed, we saw those photos running in social media, and after some time, we also had the issue of Gachagua trying to solidify his base in central Kenya, saying that central Kenya is indeed united, and he moved very, very fast to appoint Wambugu as his communication director for the DP. That was a strategic move to ensure that the communication in central is indeed flowing towards the direction of Gachagua. But you have seen Kiambu. Kiambu is divided. There are people who are on his side, and Wamatangi is facing some kind of impeachment. And remember, Uhuru comes from Kiambu, and Kuria, Moses Kuria, indeed was his former member of parliament. So, and they were very, very close with the Uhuru Kenyatta. We can't wash away the fact that Kuria and the former president, were very, very tight and very, very close. And you've seen Maina Jenga also coming in the fray. So it simply means that we have a situation whereby some people, especially the young people in the young political leaders in central Kenya, are trying to find a path of their own, and hoping that they can wrestle the Gachagua from the deputy president's position. Remember, Leo, that this is a position that was hotly contested, and it was anticipated that Kindiki was the most suited to be the running mate of one William Ruto. So when that didn't happen, that rift is still there. And you saw when KCP began. When KCP began, the president reign was in Kiambu to oversee the functions, the beginning of KCPE. But his main agenda there was to meet the leaders of Kiambu, and he has warned them several times to stop the wrangles and the bickering that is going on in Kiambu. I think they feel that Gachagua is leaning more towards the Nyeri side, and that is causing a bit of jittery in that particular area. So we are going to see more of this kind of pulling and jostling and trying to hiyo kuonyesha ubabe in central Kenya by these political leaders. But their main aim is focusing on 2027 elections and beyond. They might let 2027 go under Gachagua, but they will not let it. They will not let Gachagua be their presidential candidate in 2032. That is what is happening in Central Province. Unless Leo, you have another question that you feel that I didn't touch. Yes, Leo.
Thank you so much for that insightful information. Even though you ran away from my question, I just asked you if it was coincidence that Raila met Kuria.
I think
That's
I touched.
good. You connected it to what is happening in Central. That is great. I can see. I don't know if Mise is able to join and maybe give his opinion on this. I can also see Jeff Mburu. If they will be ready, then I'll let them know.
You see.
But to our viewers, I would also like you to.
Leo, if I may add, remember Kuria was in Oburu's birthday. Do you remember? This journey started a long time ago. It's not a coincidence that they are still following up on the matter. And this event that was organized in Mombasa just the other day, the Luo cultural event. Remember, the president was in Mombasa too. Oh, you're forgetting that Ruto was in Mombasa at the same time. Yeah, so there is a lot that has happened in that coastal town. There's so much that has happened in that coastal town that we are not being told. But you will see it in developing in the next few weeks. You are on mute, Leo. You are on mute.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Mzalendo. You're telling me there was an event in Mombasa. Of course, our viewers know the event in Mombasa was a Luo cultural festival whereby the Luos in Mombasa are being led by the able governor of Mombasa, who are supposed to invite the Ker. Ker is the president or the chief or the king of the Luos, who was recently elected, though the election had some disputes or some
No,
issues. So he was being invited in Mombasa.
he
Then
was not. He was
we know
not
the
elected.
president. Let me
He was
finish.
not get things right. He was not elected. He was selected.
Selection and election mean the same. They are almost similar. And you also bringing in the issue of the president being in Mombasa. We all know that the president was in Mombasa when he took the king for a tour. So you want to connect the presence of the president taking the king for a tour in Mombasa, and you now want to connect it to the Luo festival and the Oburu's birthday to try to communicate that there is something that is happening between Raila Odinga, President Ruto, and Moses Kuria is also in the conversation that is taking place. Is that what you mean? Or I did get you well. If I did get you well.
No, you are just short of saying that a handshake has already taken place. So let me just, instead of using so many words, tell you that these guys have been in communication and probably the handshake took place a long time ago. It is just, we are only waiting for the wedding ceremony or the ceremony of the handshake.
Okay, we will come into that handshake conversation, I think, right after this, because there are people who are still saying handshake, no handshake. Let me welcome Mise so that he can also say hello to the viewers and maybe give some opening remarks because we've lined a lot of things that we are going to discuss. So, Mise, welcome. And maybe if you have something to say about the meeting of Moses Korea and Raila Odinga, was it related to the event or it was just a coincidence that these people had to meet? And you'll also get surprised that after this meeting, Korea had to hurl some praise, calling Raila his best friend, not just a friend, best friend. Then he went ahead to attack the regional kingpins. And of late, we've been seeing some attacks between Moses Korea and Rigathi Gachagua. What is cooking in Central? And what is also cooking between people who has got some thought that and now we now see Korea changing the tone when it comes to Raila Odinga. What is not happening?
Thank you very much, Leo. Good morning and good morning to our viewers. And good evening from wherever you are watching us. I am delighted to be part of this discussion this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are watching us from. And I think for me, I don't want to dwell much. Much has been said by Zalendo, but I just wanted to remind or mention something that there is a difference between selection and election. So when you are selected, you are imposed. When you are elected, you are by the people given the mandate. So that's the difference. I just to make sure that I clear, so that we emphasize what Mzalendo was trying to say there. Now, in terms of Moses comments or remarks. Perhaps for me, I want to say that it's a moral lesson to us as a people, trying to learn to know that there is no permanent enemies in politics. If there were, then one Moses Courier and the rest wouldn't have such kind of exchange. That is why it's important for us to understand as a people that when there is competition, let it not be misconstrued as animosity, but rather friendly fires that will, over a period of time, will be put off. And as you can see, the tone of reconciliation amongst leaders, not just among people who are hurt, the people went to the streets, are not included, are excluded in all this. I have not heard Moses Courier praising the people who went to the streets to demonstrate, maandamano siku ya kwanza, maandamano siku ya pili, maandamano siku ya tatu, hata wale ambao walikuwa wamevaa sufuria. But you've heard Moses Courier praising his friend Raila Odinga, because after all, they were not enemies, they were just competing, and once the competition is over, they will sit on the same table, have dinner, and share the cake and say, Fuchs, these people are stupid. We go out there and act like we are enemies, and they will elect us back, give us the mandate, and we shall sit here and share the cake. But for me, that's the moral lesson that we have to know or learn from our leaders. Na tujue kwamba daima sisi ni Wakenya, hakuna haja ya kupigana. Tufurahiane na kushikiliana na kusaidiana jinsi ambavyo viongozi kama hawa kina wababe kama akina Moses Kuria na akina Raila Odinga, kina William Samoei Ruto na wengineo wanavyofurahiana, kwa sababu wao wako katika kundi moja, kundi ambalo la kutenga na kutawala. Kwa hivyo hayo ndio maoni yangu kwa sasa. Asante.
Asante sana Mise, ingawaje kuna mahali umesema unanikosoa, ni jinsi mzalendo hakufafanua vizuri na kuelezea. Hatukuwa tunazungumzia viti ambavyo watu wanagombania akisha wanaenda kwenye uchaguzi. Tulikuwa tunazungumzia kiti cha kiongozi anayeongoza wazee, na kwa kimila mzee huyu huchaguliwa na wazee wenzake ambao kwenye kikundi wanajiita Council of Elders. Mzalendo sio mojawapo wa Council of Elders, manake bado ni kijana, hawezi akajua ni nini yaliendelea. So ni vibaya na ni potovu kuambia watu kuwa huyu mzee hakuwekwa pale na wazee wenzake, kuwa alichaguliwa na mtu binafsi, na ilhali kitendo hicho kilitendeka mchana peupe kama watu wameketi pale. Kulikuwa na kongamano Homa Bay, kila mtu alihudhuria, media ilikuwa pale, na wazee wakatoka wakaketi chini, wakarudi wakasema, sisi kama wazee tumeamua kuwa huyu ndiye atakuwa kiongozi ya wazee wa Jaluo. Sasa wengine au wanasiasa ambao najua kwa akili yake anadhani ndio walikuwa nyuma ya huyu mzee kuwekwa pale, hata hawakuwepo. Tuachane na hayo. Let us move to the next agenda.
Pengine kabla tujasonga, naona kwamba unamnukuu vibaya ndugu yangu mzalendo, hivi kwamba labda ungepata fursa ya kutuelekeza vizuri ule utaratibu unaotumika kwa kumteua au kumtegua yule ambaye ni kiongozi ambaye anayesimamia mila na desturi ya Wajaluo, jamii ya Wajaluo. Pengine ungetuelekeza hivyo, lakini sina ufahamu wa kutosha kwamba anayeitwa mzalendo alisema kwamba kuna mtu mmoja ambaye aliyeketi na kumchagua ama kumwekea mkono huyo kiongozi, ila tu alisema kwamba akakuelekeza kwamba kuna tofauti kati ya kuwekewa mikono na kuchaguliwa kwa hiari ya wananchi, ambapo wamepewa fursa ya kuinua mkono, wakasema ni wangapi ambao wangependa kuwa huyu awe ndiye kiongozi atakayetuongoza, na watu wakainua mikono na wakasema na wakahesabiwa kwamba moja, wawili, watatu ndio ambaye wamekubaliana. Lakini vile nimekusikia ndugu yangu leo, ni kana kwamba umesema wazee walipendekeza, na wanapopendekeza, pendekezo lao linaweza kuwa kinyume na matarajio cha wengi ama wale ambao wanaitwa wananchi. Kwa hivyo nafikiri ndugu yangu mzalendo bado yuko imara katika yale ile hoja yake ya kusema kwamba sio, katika lugha ya Kimombo, alikuwa selected ila hali hakuwa elected. So nafikiri nilikuwa nataka kuhakikisha kwamba hujamnukuu vibaya.
Asante sana, ingawaje najua kama umekaa kwenye nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa muda, kuna lugha watu wakizungumza unafaa kuwa na uwezo wa kutambua wanasema nini. Kuna jinsi watu wanazungumza nchi yetu na haufai kufafanuliwa wanasema nini. Kwa mfano, ukisikia mtu akisema kwa ule mzee wa kitendawili, haufai kuambiwa ni nani wanazungumzia. Ukisikia mtu akisema Zakayo, hufai kuambiwa ni nani wanazungumzia. Ingawaje nakubaliana na wewe, lakini pia ningependa kuambia kwa ni ukweli watu huwekewa mkono. Wakati wanafunzi wanapoenda kufanya mtihani, watapelekwa pale kwa wale wahubiri na watawekelewa mkono. Hawa watoto wakija wafanye vizuri au wapite ule mtihani, sio wale waliowekea mkono ndio waliowafanyia mtihani, wale wanawapa baraka. Sasa mtu mmoja au kiongozi wa kisiasa pia ako na haki ya kumwekelea mkono mzee. Ama wakati wa siasa kiongozi ana haki wa kushikilia mtu mkono, ni kama kumwekelea mkono, ni kama kumpa baraka zake. Na imaanishi kuwa nikikupa baraka ni mimi ninaenda kuparticipate. Mzalendo, back on you. I think the next question that I will want to ask you, we are also talking of successive politics in Kenya. Right now, I think we know we are only 1 year after elections, and people have already started planning for the next elections. And that is what makes a difference between successful political parties and the parties that wait for the eve of elections is when they start planning themselves. We've seen people planning to do some party elections, and we've also seen some formations taking place. And if you are keen, you'll realize that of late there is this one Babu Owino. They are working together with Stephen Kalonzo. They were in Ukambani the best of last week, and this week we saw them in Embakasi. They've been attending some church services, some fundraising events. So despite the fact that others were in Mombasa with them, they remained in Nairobi. They are working together, and we are able, as politicians, we are allowed to read, we are allowed to speculate, and we are also allowed to shape what is taking place. So what is your take? Could it be that Raila Odinga is planning to give the mantle to Babu Owino? Then if you look at it in 2027 politics, could it be that Kalonzo Musyoka is going to be fronted? Then Babu Owino is positioning himself. Babu Owino is a crafty politician and he's a wise man. He's positioning himself to deputize Kalonzo. Then with that also in mind, what now will be the stake of Martha Karua and the Mount Kenya as far as Azimio politics is concerned? So karibu sana, wewe kama mchanganuzi wa siasa, utuambie ni nini unafikiria. Na watazamaji pia ningependa kujua maoni yenu. What is your take on these happenings? Together we'll be able to discuss, we'll be able to give directions, and we'll also be able to influence the decisions that people are going to make come 2027 and beyond. Karibu sana mzalendo.
Thank you, Leo. The issue of Babu Owino and the ODM politics and Baba and inheriting Baba's position. First, it's not in the Luo culture that Babu can inherit Raila's position while Raila is still alive. So that one you need to forget about it. So politically, Babu is positioning himself for any eventuality, meaning that he's looking at politics beyond 2027. He's probably eyeing for 2032. Babu is well positioned to get enough support from the youth base that one Raila Odinga didn't have in the last election. So Babu would be a right choice for Kalonzo. That's why you are seeing him around Kalonzo most of the time. But he will not get it easy. It will not be a very, very easy ride for him. I told you, for Babu to gain popularity and undersell in Rift Valley and in Central, he needs to get out of Raila Odinga's court. He needs to stop hanging around Raila Odinga. He needs to rebel with Raila Odinga at some point and form his own particular course. That is what Raila did, and that is what radical politicians do, and that is what Raila's base is known for. Uh, they love and they love brave leaders who will go out there and grab whatever they can grab. So Babu being under Raila's Babu walking under Raila's footsteps will not really earn him much because already he has got the youth support of people like Leo that he needs not to convince. So the only people that he needs to convince are people who are not supporting Baba, and he is a good candidate. He's a good candidate and can easily sell in Central Province, in Cumberland, and beyond. So Babu is in the right position. He's doing the right thing. Being close to Kalonzo gives him that edge of the Kamba vote that he might need to be in a position to be a running mate for any candidate, for either
Just
William.
wait a minute, Mzalendo. If I did hear you well, I don't know if I'll be mistaken for saying you maybe trying to speak evil. What do you mean when you say that for Babu to make it, he has to get out of Raila and rebel? Are you trying to say that for you to be able to be successful politically, you need to be a rebel? You need to start rebelling. So, does it sound nice that you're telling Babu now for him to be successful, he has to rebel against Raila? So, what do you mean?
You see, Babu was first he wanted to be the chairman of Parliamentary Accounts Committee. He was not given, and I think he was told to tone down. Secondly, Babu is a leader. He has got a good following. And remember, the president today, William Ruto, was a member of ODM. He rebelled against Raila Odinga and became the president. So politics of rebellion, there is gain in it. The gain in it is that you gain a base that Raila doesn't have. Yeah, you gain the base that Raila doesn't have. Like the Rift Valley now will look at Babu in a different way. Central Kenya will look at Babu Wino in a different way if he thinks in that direction. But if he doesn't think in that direction and he feels that he can work with Raila the same path, he might be surprised that Raila will be on the ballot in 2027. That makes him even more irrelevant to be pursuing 2032, because a lot will happen. A lot will happen because we are looking at the leadership that is emerging in Central Kenya, the Ndindi Njoros. We are not looking at people like Gachagua. Kina Gachagua are the last generation of this octogenarian politician. They could be on their way out. These old politicians are on their way out. We are looking at a new generation of politics. And it is important that our viewers out there look at politics in a different way. We are looking at a new generation of politicians. And this new generation of politicians are the generation of Babu Owino. The generation of Babu Owino, they look at things in a very, very different manner. He has handled Embakasi East constituency quite well, and that puts him in a good position to bargain politically. Now he's high in the gubernatorial race in Nairobi. And why he's working with Kalonzo? Because he wants Kalonzo not to field a candidate, a wiper candidate in Nairobi. And that gives him a direct win in Nairobi. Babu is intelligent. He's not your average politician. He is intelligent. We can sit probably with him in the same table and share ideas. He's intelligent. He's looking at the Kamba vote in 2027. And if he runs with Sakaja, he knows that Sakaja will get definitely the Luya vote. So where that leaves Babu, Babu knows that he can bag the majority Luo votes in Nairobi, and a bit of Kisi, and the youthful vote, the youthful Luya votes will definitely go on his side. So Babu is a perfect match for Sakaja in 2027. And believe you me, if they are left, the two of them, Babu might just carry the day.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Mise. You've heard Mzalendo say that there is benefits in the politics of rebellion. So me, I'm worried that if, for example, Baba have been loyal to Baba for a long time, and I have to admit that there are some of the votes or some of the followings that he enjoys courtesy of being loyal to Baba. So telling Babu that now for him to make it, he has to rebel. So you don't feel that he should be worried of losing the votes tied to rebellion only? Why would you lose Raila's vote just to go and look for some other votes that you're not sure of? So will that one really pay? What is your take on that? Politics of
I
rebellion.
think I
Cited
think
William Ruto.
I think Zalendo is is right. We have to go back to history. History doesn't lie. Raila Molo Odinga is a perfect example of rebellion. He rebelled against his father. Raila Molo Odinga is not or does not have anyone as a friend. You know very well that William Samoei Ruto supported Raila Molo Odinga very well and at the forefront in 2007. And as soon as he got to office, the first person who fired William Samoei Ruto was Raila Molo Odinga. Now, the issue of rebellion makes you popular. There's something called no good name is a bad name, and no bad name is a good name. So, no news, no news is news. I think I remember, I've forgotten how it's spinned. But what I wanted to say, sometimes going against the grain makes you popular. We saw a while ago, we saw Jalango going against the grain and expectation of Raila Molo Odinga or the ODM. And after some time,
Mise, just as you continue, don't use. I just want you not to use Jalango going against the grain, because Jalango, yes, went against the grain, but elections have not been held there to prove that it worked for him.
neither has elections for Babu Wino been held. And so we are just using the examples to show you that popularity can be gained by being controversial or going against the grain. And Zalenda said, Babu Wina has done extremely well. When you go to Embakasi, he has done very well. He's well lettered, and he's likable. He's young, is among the people that appeal to the interests of the top politicians. And so it is true that rebelling against Raila Amolo Odinga it's not a crime. Neither does Raila Amolo Odinga have the key to getting to parliament or to winning elections. And if he did, then William Samoei Ruto wouldn't have won, because then Raila Amolo Odinga would have taken the key and thrown it away to the Lake Victoria, and William wouldn't have won the election. So what we are saying, we want people to go rebel against the so-called the chief whips, Kalonzo Musyoka, Mudavadi, Wetangula, William Ruto, the people who are there, who have made their names out there. We want people who will come out and go to the east when the other big politicians are going to the west. And by so doing, they will gain popularity. They might not win, or they may or may not win, but it will go down to history that there are people who stood, by their beliefs and ideologies and went to the east when actually the people who are believed to shape the politics went to the west. Now, I also want to tell you that it's a constitutional right of Babu Wino to stand from or to vie from any political party that of his choice. That it's I mean, Raila Amolo Odinga, even though he would have wished to keep Babu Wino, if Babu Wino sees otherwise, then it is in his best interest to follow his heart to where he thinks he will get an avenue that will take him to the direction that it will help him achieve his dreams of either becoming the governor or becoming the president, the future president of the Republic of Kenya. So I think for me, the argument Mzalendo put across is that overall, I agree with the argument that overall, Babu Wino is looking after himself. He's positioning himself, just like Wajakoya came and lied to us that weed is good for our economy. Babu, it was controversial and he became very popular, and there were people who believed in him. And so if Babu Wino is going to come and tell us that, Raila Amolo Odinga will not go beyond River Jordan. He might leave us in between and, carry the narrative of the day, and people buy the narrative. So be it. So he must look for his best interest, not the best interest of somebody, of William Ruto, not the best interest of Sakaja, not the best interest of Raila Amolo Odinga, or not the best interest of ODM, but the best interest and the avenue that will get him to achieve his dream. And I think Babu Wino is shaping himself, positioning himself, calculating and consulting. And I think Kalonzo Musyoka is not a man who is known to be aggressive or microaggressive. Is a man who is known to be mellow, and that is why aligning himself with the Kalonzo might not really make him look like he has a very radical positional stance that we have known him having. We will probably he might have come up with a narrative that he has been shaped by someone who is respected in the Kenyan politics, someone who is believed to be a peacemaker, and now is ready to go and take leadership. I think that is what I wanted to probably also contribute in regards to your question.
Wow, 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 wow. That's the village boy over there. Yeah, guys, it's really getting deep here. You can say it's really, it's getting deep actually inside here. These are some of the things that some might not sound friendly to our ears, but we have to dig deep and get to know what is it that is in the politics of rebellion. Keep it here. We will be dissecting this thing one by one so that when you leave this show, you are able to make the right decision. Every opinion counts, not only the opinions of the panelists, but even you at the comment section can let us know what you think. I'm learning something new, that for you to succeed in politics, you need to rebel. We are still live on YouTube, that is Mtembei TV, and of course, this is Afrique Diaspora 24 TV. It is a channel that brings together Kenyans from different parts of the world. So we have to sit together and have a talk. That is why we have. Sorry for that. We are going to bring that. I think it is one of the things that we've lined for you here at Diaspora Afrique 24 Diaspora TV. Kenyans from different parts of the world come together to discuss matters Kenya. We not only discuss politics, but we are also discussing our economy. We are also discussing our social welfare. That is why we will always try to bring people with the different experiences to explain to our youths how they can make ends meet, how they can get connected to their next employer, and how they can use the resources around them to ensure that they change their life and change the world around them. So I'm glad today that we're having some insightful discussions with Mise. Mise is joining us from Canada, and from the United States of America, we are joined with Mzalendo. So the perceptions and the points that we give here are not only the views that are maybe narrowed within Kenya, but we are getting some wider views that will be able to shape our thinking and shape our economy. So next, as we still tell you, we told you that there was some Luo cultural event in Mombasa, and really it was lit. Let us have a look at what took place there as we proceed with our discussion. Don't go away, share the links and ensure that you invite as many as possible so that we can be able to participate together.
Anike chiu kinyita tero lamo. Twende. Usipe hinda nikanya. DJ. Nipe mikono. One of a kind.
DJ Rocky.
Nimadea kaparo kamae Hininia tiyo mate Chingi pudui ina wako kana tumamagoy Chingi pudui ina wako kana tumamagoy Kami bindi pinyuli baba nikanye donge tumamagoy Kami bindi pinyuli baba nikanye donge tumamagoy Babonino koko dadi vimanyo Gwela wende mawe Babonino koko dadi vimanyo Gwela wende mawe Imaruto meana chimu godoy mokongwena Imaruto meana chimu godoy mokongwena Ichimuchimetinga mando miyapi Anigirwani Inagirwani Muyadare girwani Kali girwani Akuni girwani Yebade Inagirwani Doge sunga Girwani lunge onge yego Wapi kelele Girwani lunge onge koko Iwanirwa toye bare Anike chiu kinyi tatero lamo Anike chiu kinyi tatero lamo Wait, what is that? Indo loko gudiambo tatero kwayo Indo loko gudiambo tatero kwayo Indo loko gudiambo tatero kwayo Kachima loko wange tatero kwayo Evani rasumi Ikanyi chumini tatero kwayo Asage Nisi tonga cheko tulurut Unungi chakwa kuria kutulurut Anakunu tulumwando nyasa shiwo Maruto seketela tetike pokana Wikitu sechini nyasa ikie
Yes, guys, I think you've seen that video. That is culture, and the specific content there is the Luo culture. So the question I'm asking my panelists and everybody is, what is the role of our culture in politics? And somebody will ask today, has politics destroyed our culture, or has culture destroyed our politics? You'll find that that was a Luo cultural event that happened in Mombasa. A similar one happened in Homa Bay. And initially, this kind of events will bring together all members of community, celebrate and dance to sweet tunes like the one you hear there. But in this case, you'll find that like in that event, it was attended by Raila Odinga. So those people who are aligned to Raila Odinga are the ones who attended. We have politicians who are also Luos, and because they have different ideologies from Raila Odinga, they missed. But initially, this is an event that if it was a Luo culture, all the Luos will be together, celebrate, discuss things about the community. The one we saw in Homa Bay still happened. We had the faction that were allied to ODM, so that at the end of the day, somebody might say that this is not a cultural event, but it is more of a political event. So where did we go wrong? Let me start. I'll start with Mzalendo because he earlier alluded some things concerning such events. And it is not only happening in Luo. The communities that are known for having such cultural events like the Gikuyu, we saw it sometime before the 2022 elections. We would have some council of elders, the Nigerian churches participating in some political crowning. And some people feel that this kind of events that are meant to be bringing people together culturally are currently used to divide people along the political lines. Karibu sana Jeff Guru, nimekuona, tumeukaribisha. Mzalendo, has politics interfered with, infiltrated, and is killing our culture?
I think there are some aspects of our culture that is dying. That is for a fact. There are some aspects of our culture that cannot catch up with the 21st century, and we cannot continue practicing them. There are some that we might adapt to, which are important, but there are others which are not very important. In this manner, that these cultural events or associating yourself with the tribe, it does not add much value eventually when you look at it holistically. That we that are in the diaspora, when we are treated badly by the natives of these particular areas where we are, we feel bad about it. We want to be equal to them, you know. And back at home, we are also practicing that culture of segregation, This is what the colonialists did to us, and we have perfected it. We are calling ourselves the Luo community. We are calling ourselves the Kikuyu community. We are not calling ourselves Kenyans. It is important that we call ourselves Kenyans, and that tribe is called Tribe Kenya, not Tribe Luo, not Tribe Kikuyu, not Tribe Kalenjin. Let us be united. You see the joy when a Kalenjin wins the marathon. It is the joy for each and every Kenyan, not the joy for the Kalenjin community. It is the joy for each and every Kenyan. So when we come to politics, the political kingpins in quotes tend to divide us and tend to try and put us in this box where they can control us. Then they install a leader called a care, who is going to be our guiding factor in a community, both politically and our social life. So basically, it adds up to, just like the president says, it adds up to nothing. It adds up to nothing. These tribal organizations are only meant for one person or two people to benefit on when it comes to elections. Just the same way you are seeing the Kikuyus are now looking for somebody who can unite them. I mean, we all have brains, Mr. Leo, and I will only be inclined to a political formation or a political leader who shares the same some policies that I find important to me and to the country. But tribal policies, tribal formations add no value. Tell me why uh, being a Luo is so important to you, and adds what value does it add when you are putting up a CV? When you're putting up a CV and you go to an international company, that language Luo is not even spoken in that particular company. They don't even ask you whether you belong to the Luo Association, or whether you have been whether you know or whether you are politically inclined to either device. They look at what you content you have, so that they give you that job as a Kenyan, as a Kenyan. So the issue of tribe, that is the reason why when you see a Kalenjin employed, we look at it like that's not right. He doesn't deserve that position. When you see a Luo employed, the same, Kalenjin looks at it like that is not, that position should not have been for that particular person. Or the Kikuyu feels like a Luo should not be in that position because they are not in government. Let us look at ourselves as Kenya, and the tribe is called Kenya. There's no tribe called Kikuyu, there's no tribe called Luo. That is my take, and that is my understanding on our progressive nation. Like you can see China, they call themselves the Chinese. You can see Russia, they call themselves the Russian, then they speak the Russian language. So these small dialects called tribes will not add the value to us, especially now when we are looking for a united Africa, an Africa that opens its borders to one nation, one family called Africa. So these small units called tribe are not helping us in any way. For example, the Kauma with their small outfit in the Mijikenda in the coast down there, how does this tribal unit help them ascend to political power? They will never reach there. They will never reach there. The small tribes in our country will never ascend to political power if we continue being dominated by the large tribes, the Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Luos, and the Luyas, in the name of kingpins. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lendo. But let me tell you, there's one thing that I'm not getting. When you talk of these tribes and culture being negative, it's only negative with the political, when you look at them in the political lens. That's why I was asking you. We need to blame our bad politics for making our culture lose value. But if you are an individual, you have to identify yourself. So let me allow Mburu because he's joining us so that at least he can also have a word.
Yes, sir. How are you? Is it a question you are asking about culture? Can you rephrase what you? I thought
Because
in
you are
the
late,
direction.
you can no, you can tackle any. Just tackle any. I've not given you a question because you've just joined now. Give us your opening remarks. And if you look at the screen, pick on something there. We've talked politics. We are now looking at some cultural events and their effects in our politics.
Yeah, and
Maybe,
there are
maybe
some people
Mburu,
talking behind there.
maybe I can speak about culture, and then Mburu can have a free way to speak because he can grasp something. I mean, all because he's just joining.
Yes,
I just
that's
wanted to disagree with my brother Mzalendo. Culture is the fabric of our country. You know, our country, for example, or Africa, what makes us unique, it's our culture, customs and traditions. You know, they shape how we live, they shape whether we have strong leadership skills, whether we will be able to produce strong leaders, whether we have been prepared to become leaders in the future. Now, there is I want also to disagree with Mzalendo. He spoke so negatively on what does it benefit or why do I have to identify myself as a Luo. I want to tell my brother Mzalendo that the diversity and versatility of our country is anchored on the 42 tribes. The problem is how we use the tribes against one another. There is nothing wrong with us becoming from different tribes and having different cultural backgrounds or customs and traditions of where you come from. For example, when I read about Luanda Magere and how he fought the white people, the history, I am so thrilled and see how the leadership or the Luo community is structured, the history of the Luo community, and so on. When I read about Sakawa or Otenyo, about the Kisi people, it brings about the brave, how these people were brave and what they are, their energy and leadership skills and styles enabled us to have as a community. When I read about the Mau Mau, I know when I read about the Kikuyu and read about the Mau Mau, I see freedom in Kenya, liberation in Kenya. So when I look back and talk about food security, when I hear about fish, I know about our people from the lakeside, and how fish is important in their culture and how it makes them to become either intelligent and all that. So all these things are very important. They bring these diversities among us ourselves. The difference is if I'm a Kisi or I'm a Luo and I'm using my tribe to oppress other people, then that is wrong. But otherwise, the diversity, the cultural differences actually helps us. And that is not only in Kenya, even here in North America, Mzalendo. You know very well that there's cultural differences in culture. If you're in Texas, you know how the cowboys behave. If you are somewhere in North Dakota, you know how the indigenous people behave. So if you're up there, Montana, you know what the indigenous people are. Even Canada and US, they are different in terms of culture, and that is what makes us different, and that is what makes us unique, and even in our leadership style. So I think it's important for you, Mzalendo, to agree and have a change of mind that cultural values bind us together and they make us stronger and united. It makes us tolerate other people because it helps us understand how unique and different other people are. So it is not in order to squash or rubbish the culture of, if I wanted to eat githeri, obviously you can't find it in Kisii. You will find it in Central. If I wanted to eat matoke, obviously I will find it in Kisii. If I wanted to eat fish, obviously I will find it in the Luo Nyanza, and that is the versatility, diversity, and versatility that makes us unique and binds us together as a people, because we are able to tolerate one another, yet live in one country called Kenya or any other country. There is no one tribe as Kenya. There is 42 tribes in Kenya that unites and condones and tolerates one another to agree and share space and live in a space called Kenya.
Well, yeah, you are agreeing, and that we are all agreeing that tribe is important at some extent, but it only remains important as you identify with your community, like the Kisii community. That is the only aspect that is important. Your ancestral land. When it comes to politics, it divides us, and that is the negative aspect of tribe. So when you're dealing with the tribe wholesomely, look at it at the positive and the negative aspects of it. The positive aspect of it, it gives you the self-identity that you have said that I come from a particular clan in Nyamira. You know your ancestral lineage and where you come from, where your ancestors came from, where your mother comes from, and things like that. It is tribe. That is the tribe. That is your people. That is the people you associate with. Now, when tribe is used negatively, is when it is used to ignite our emotions. All right, it is used to ignite our emotion, and it is used to propel people who are unqualified to leadership positions. That is when tribe is now being used negatively, that affect our social life, and it affects the economy of the whole country. So, tribe, largely, it is a good thing and also a bad thing, yeah, when practiced negatively. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, and that's what I wanted you to allude to, because at the initial stage, you came out guns blazing, that there is no tribes, there is no need of tribes. We only need to have one tribe, which is Tribe Kenya. I yield my time to Mburu, and Mburu, thank you for yielding your time to me at the time when you were about to speak.
Thank you so much. Mise, Mr. Mzarendo, how are you? And Mr. Leo Nyambaya. Thank you so much, together with our viewers. As you have heard, my name is Jeff Mboro. I'm here in Missouri, St. Louis. And in this show, I am known of touching the hot wires, igniting fire. I'm not afraid of starting controversial topics that to help people to be more informed and also to bring out what people are not able to speak. And to that extent, I just want to go back because I was listening from the beginning. It's only that I could not join the show because I was on the road, I was driving. I heard when you people were talking about whether Babu Owino should rebel against Baba so that he can forge his own political path. And I want to say this. As much as it is good to show support to a candidate who is leading, does not mean that you are owned by that person that you support. Bearing in mind that everybody has his brain and his ambitions. So the fact that today, maybe, let us take it this way. For instance, if Mr. Mzalendo is a leading candidate and I decide to offer my support for him to become the president of Kenya, when I will want to become the president, I should not feel bad that Mr. Mzalendo has not endorsed me. In fact, he should be the one to commend me for the time I have supported him. So Baba should not feel if somebody want to forge his own political path that person has rebelled. So I don't know where the subject of a leader rebelling comes from, because everybody has his ambitions and nobody owns another. Having said that, I want to say this, like many of you have said, Babu Owino can make a good leader because, one, he is well educated. Number two, he is likable and he knows what to tell his people, especially his supporters. They love him so much. And he has good qualities of a good leader. But also I want to say this. He made a mistake. And the mistake he made is likely to cost his political career, the extent to which he can go. Because there are people like me, when I look at him, I see him as somebody who should not even be a subject when people are discussing of who should become the president of Kenya or anywhere in leadership. Because if somebody can just take a gun when they're having a conflict with a common mwananchi, and this person is a leader, and shoot that person, in civilized society, automatically that person becomes someone who should not be voted to become a leader. And what happened in the video that we saw between Babu Owino and the DJ Evolve, that to me was unfortunate. If he could do that then, when he was just a member of parliament, what would he do if he has all the state power? It means anybody who can try to oppose him, or anybody who feel like this is a threat to my political career, he can decide to kill them, to destroy them. As a psychologist, when I look at that behavior, that he took a gun and shot somebody just because of a minor conflict, when I look at it, or when I look at a bigger picture, I see this is somebody who can be killing his political opponents if he becomes the president or if he has the power, because what he did is unfortunate. And the most unfortunate bit is that even after what happened, he has been in a position to go through our corrupt court systems, and they have declared that he is innocent. It's very unfortunate, because the moment the court has said they are not able to prove that the bullet which hit this young man who is suffering, and I don't know whether he will ever recover, that they cannot ascertain who shot him. Yet this is something which is there in the public. Everybody saw it. But now they have decided just to take a bright eye, and they have decided, no, we don't know who did that. So to me, he should not even be a subject of who should become a kingpin of the rule. People should just know this is a criminal and should be handled as such. Because in some other serious nations like America, if you do such a thing, nobody, not even the court, which should tell people that this person should not be elected in leadership position. People are in a position to morally to understand this is wrong, and they just put you in the political dustbin. So we should not be rewarding evil in our country. Let us have standards that we have set for ourselves as the people of Kenya, that if somebody does such a thing, they know there is repercussion, that people will reject me. Anyway, I don't know whether there are other people who feel like me, but when I see leaders who harm their subjects being elected, I feel bad. I feel so bad. Not only Babu Owino, we had another case, which when you add the links, when you add the pieces, you are able to see this person is not innocent, as the courts want to tell us. So we should look for people who are beyond reproach, people who have values, especially value for life, people who cannot harm others. Those are the people in the 21st century that should be electable. On the subject of culture, I want to agree with both the panelists, Mr. Mzarendo and Mr. Mise. And I just want to start with the negative side of our tribal aspect of our tribes. And I want to say this: tribe, when used negatively, it can be so toxic and very dangerous for the nation. And we have seen in Kenya, whereby leaders have been using the tribal cards to keep on controlling the electorate, or to be powerful and to remain in power. And because of that, they have been dividing people based on their tribes. And we have lost many people. As we are speaking, thousands and thousands of people are in their graves because of the tribal card, tribal crashes in Kenya. Right from the time of Kenyatta, time of Moi, time of Kibaki, time of Uhuru, our leaders have been using tribes negatively, to the extent that even today you see some people, they harbor bitterness in their hearts, hatred in their hearts, that they don't care if someone from another tribe dies. They feel like it's okay for them to die. You take a case of what is happening in Lamu. Oh, they feel, oh, these people came, they bought land amongst ourselves. They are not from our tribe. It's okay for them to be killed. You go to other places like Laikipia, the same case. You go to several places where people feel, so long as you don't belong to this tribe, you should not be amongst us. That is using a tribal card in the negative way. However, when tribe is used in the right way, we can enjoy our diversity, our diverse culture, dances, and all those other things that are morally right. So we should always discourage people when they feel like they are special because they belong to a certain tribe. If you come from central Kenya, you feel like people from other places are not as important as you are not as special as you are. You know, we used to feel like we are very superior because we found our seniors and they showed us that we are the superiors or the superior tribe, and they were talking down to other tribes. And sometimes I tell people, I have gotten an opportunity to interact with almost all the tribes of Kenya. And I can tell you there is nothing special about being a Kikuyu or about being a Luo. We are all human beings and we are very, very important. And we should always see each other as the people of Kenya, not as somebody from this tribe and that tribe, so that we don't end up having an idiot in the steering, being our president. Because if you only vote for somebody because he's from your tribe, then there are so many other factors you might not consider. We might end up having the wrong people in leadership. I can talk, I might preach. Okay. Mr. Leo, proceed.
I get you. Though in most of your presentation, like the issue of Babu, I've seen you going personal, looking into his personal lives. Everybody has got their faults, and that is why we are having court systems to sort some of these things. So some things that have been settled by court and the victims have been settled and they are comfortable. We need not to bring them in people's personal life. Had we been doing
Is
that,
that what
then
you call
even the current
settlement?
sitting president had some
So
personal
now
life.
you see, Mr. Leo, can you look at the viewers and tell them that you are totally convinced with the judgment of the court? Because what happened, it happened on the glare of cameras. So when somebody tells you, whether you are a judge or a magistrate or even chief justice, when somebody is on black and white, visible, and people witnessed, then you tell people we don't have evidence. What you are telling us is that our judicial system is dead. There is no justice for the poor because people can buy their freedom. So there is nothing you can say about being personal. No, I'm just calling
Mr.
things as they
Mburu,
are.
Mr. Mburu, in our justice system, we have an option of settling things outside the court. What we saw happening in court was just a court process, and maybe the court also wanted to complete the process. When do we say that justice has been served? Justice is not served maybe based on third parties' perception. Maybe you might think that somebody needs to be hanged or something like that. Justice is served when the accused and the person who's been accused and the accuser have amicably agreed that justice has been served. And the person who lodged the claim, the victim himself, is satisfied. And actually, they solved it even before going to court. They sorted their issues and they were comfortable. So to them, they feel that they have sorted it in the best way. So irrespective of what I might think, we are third parties. That one doesn't make it appear like justice has not been served. So as long as the person who took Babu is not complaining, he's satisfied. That is what is called justice. So what I think
You
is just
see,
let me
sometimes
invite Mise. Mise is an
sometimes people
attorney.
don't
So as
show.
attorney, Mise will talk of that.
No, Jeff has something that is burning, and I think it's important that he completes what is his train of thoughts.
Okay, Jeff, you can
Before I
complete.
come
Then
in.
Mise, as an attorney, will give us the legal part of it. Will interpret it well. I know somebody once told me that if you need justice, don't go to these corrupt courts, but you can seek justice when you have some sort of dialogue and sort your things within.
You see, Mr. Leo, if the court said that Babu Owino and the family and the DJ, they have decided to settle this matter outside the court, and this is their agreement, that is another case. But when you tell people that I am not convinced this person is the one who did it, yet everybody saw it, that to me, I don't want to even to say a lot of things, and I know to any other genuine Kenyan knows that that is not how it was supposed to be. So as much as a judge or a magistrate has the power to make a determination, you should not only be fair, and that is a terminology of law, you should be seen to be fair. So I wonder if this thing right now, it's like I slap you here. For instance, if we are in the same studio, and after slapping you and everybody can see I am the one who is doing it, tomorrow we go before Mise, and Mise now try to beat around the bush and tell the people, no, the one you saw, I am not very sure whether that was the head of Geoffrey. That is exactly what happened. So if we are told that Babu Owino has decided to compensate this gentleman for the damage, for his life, because this person, I don't even think there is any amount of money you can pay somebody after you have crippled someone forever. And that is what I'm saying. There is no deficit of leaders. If you can do such a thing because of a minor conflict, how much more can you do when you are the commander of the armed forces. So it is not just what was said in court. It is telling me about or more about the character of this person. And that is my worry. If Kenyans still feel that this person is a good candidate to lead us, then I wonder how are we? How do we carry ourselves? At what point do we say, no, this is too much? You can't do that. We saw another, there are so many cases, such cases, they happen. And it is normal for people in leadership to do things, and it is covered and it's okay. So for me, I believe that was a matter of corruption in our courts. There is nothing like agreement. What happened? It happened. Everybody saw it. And it should, if any case, even the judge himself should be ashamed by telling people we don't have evidence. Then what is evidence? What is evidence? What is evidence? If it's like, you see, during the general election, the judges were able to say, we followed the process. We saw it. Even in the ruling, they said it. We saw what was happening. And to some extent, they said the only place where this person went wrong is when they failed to do ABCD, basing on what we were following. If it means those video clips, because it was not an edition, and there were people who were there. Those are the people who were supposed to say what they saw. So anyway, I am not being personal. The only thing I'm saying, can we have people who are beyond reproach becoming leaders of our nation? People who value life, because the moment you shoot someone, it means you don't care whether he dies or not. So long as I have money, I can buy the court process, and tomorrow I'll be free. That is not the kind of a nation we want. So it only defeats logic when I see how, like now, America, I imagine if you do such a thing in any other nation apart from Kenya, especially the what we call developed countries, people don't even have to be told by the judge. They saw it and they know. On the ballot, they will just write you off. But what happens in Kenya? You can't do anything. So long as you're a millionaire, so long as you have money. That hurts me so much. It hurts me. It is heartbroken.
Okay, Jeff, let us welcome an expert in that, Mr. Mise. But just a kind reminder, the person in question is the current MP in Bakassi East is serving his second term. And even his critics would agree with you that his performance is be above excellent, and he performs best. His heart is kinder than the people who've never even shot at a fly. So that tells people change, and actually that moment changed his life. If you've been following him, I know him personally, it changed his life. He stopped drinking those things that he used to drink. He stopped using all those drugs. On a serious note, not that just stopping, and it molded him. And I think if you look at the Babu Owino that you know in the last 2 years is different from the Babu Owino you knew in the last 5 years. So he learned from that situation. Nobody's denying that, but it was a turning moment. Unlike other people who still keep on doing it. Doing a mistake is not wrong. Repeating the mistake is the problem. So, Missy, you can take it.
I think in all honesty, I support what your approach. It is true that there is what is called court annexed mediation, and the court annexed mediation is first of all is affordable and is fair and impartial, and mediation can save time and money. Mediation is confidential. Mediation avoids litigations, and mediation fosters cooperation. But I want to look keenly into the case in question and want to know whether there was mediation right? And settling it out of court. And what is the status of the victim right now? You know, your argument, Leo, that the fact that the man in question is serving his second term, it does not mean or does not legitimize his actions. Whether he has reformed, it doesn't stop. It doesn't mean that he didn't commit a crime. That he is not exonerated of that. Matter of fact, the court in itself should have applied something called sua sponte, you know, uh, to not allow this gentleman, because he's a danger. And I want Leo, when you are here, to understand that a man who can blatantly take a gun and shoot someone, um, right uh, uh, right there, that is a dangerous man. That's a danger to the society. That man should not have a space to walk free in the society. That man belongs to jail. There's no way you impact or injure or change the livelihood of someone and then go scot free without being taken to trial, or a serious action being taken against you. Yes, there might have been a mediation, but the question is, where what is the progress, what is the current status of this gentleman now? uh, for me, that's the way I'm looking at it. And Jeff, I support you that that is a very bad example of leaders that we have, that they can kill, they can harm, yet they can still use the privilege of power that they have to influence justice and continue holding the same positions that they have, to perpetrate or to oppress those who do not have resources, those who do not have power to fight or speak for themselves. And Leo, it's worth noting that some people might not fight back because they fear, because of fear of the what actions that these people can do or can take against them after. We have seen people being threatened. Hata sijui kama ni Sonko aliambiwa kama hata wacha nini zake, kesi zake za corruption zitaletwa, na akawacha tu akajiondoa vizuri, akaanda over mamlaka. A lot of people are victims of circumstances. So for me, I want to say, in all honesty, Babu Wino has not come out clearly and apologized to the public that his actions were not actions or expected of a leader of his stature, and that we don't know whether he's done enough for we don't know if he has done enough for that family. Someone who used to hustle for himself to put food for on the table for his family. That someone who was supporting people, certain people behind him, is now crippled. His livelihood has been changed. Now, but Babu Wino, his life is going on. His career is flourishing. So I think in terms of that, we still would want Babu Wino to be held accountable. We know that our criminal justice is thinking that those who have power can always use the same power to influence and get their way out. We have seen members of parliament who have and politicians who are still practicing, who still, when they go wrong and when they commit crimes, they have a battery of lawyers assisting them. But those who are poor and have been falsely, incarcerated, there's no one who's fighting for them. So there's something about power and money. So if you have the two, you can buy or influence justice. Mr. Jeff.
Yes, sir. And you see, Mr. Mise, this is somebody who has been taking care of DJ, paying the hospital bills and doing all those things. That means he accepted, this is my mistake, I did it. Because if he was innocent and he was convinced totally that he's not the one who shot the guy, then I don't see why he was doing all those things, spending millions of money. But he did it. It is a good thing. And the judge, knowing very well that this person has accepted, he did it, now comes in the public to say that we cannot ascertain who did it. So is that not, I am not understanding law, but I have done some labor laws. I don't see at what point, because you have to look at the circumstances. You have to look at all factors. Okay, this person has said, I am taking responsibility. I am going to pay the hospital bills. I am going to take the care of this person. I am taking even this person to India. He has taken full responsibility. This is the amount of money I have spent so far. I saw him breaking down in the court all what he has done for the. Then the judge tells us, anyway, we are not even sure whether he is the one who shot the DJ.
The court erred. Mburu, the court erred in that kind of submission
That is
ruling
contradiction.
that they could not ascertain whether he's the one who committed who shot the DJ or not. In his admission, Babu has not refused or in any way suggested that he didn't do it. It is on camera. The evidence was all over, and the court should have done, even though both the lawyers representing the DJ and the lawyers representing Babu Owino wouldn't have included or wouldn't have brought the evidence for consideration or to be considered what is called evidentiary, to be given evidentiary weight because of the source, still the court in itself would have applied what is called sua sponte, so that whereby the court can spot an admission or an error that has not been included in a motion that is before the court, and the court can rule based on that observation that has been not either informed from either parties. So that's why we are saying in Kenya, if you are a son of the president, and we saw this in the past, we saw the mercenaries committing crime, the time of Kibaki, and they were let go because they were connected to the high and mighty. This is where we have a problem as a country. Our criminal justice, our legal justice, system has failed us. It's breeding criminals, and that's why we cannot succeed as as a people and as a society. Today, Mr. Mburu, I can tell you that if I went and stole from Mr. Leo Nyabaya, and Leo Nyabaya is a lawyer. Sorry, if today Leo Nyabaya is a lawyer, and Leo stole from me or did something against the code of conduct as a lawyer, and I go and complain with the the tribunal, with the Law Society of Kenya, guess what? The person whom you are calling to report and complain against Leo will pick the same phone number and call Leo and say, hey, Leo, I have a complaint before me. How would you want us to handle this? And Leo will say, let us meet at what is that? There's a famous restaurant in Nairobi. Even where do we eat samaki? This I forgot where we eat samaki. And when we meet, Leo the person at the tribunal, disciplinary tribunal at the Law Society of Kenya, will come with the file and the complaint, and Leo will give him an envelope, brown envelope, and that complaint is done. So there's no integrity within our justice, a legal justice system, because why? We are corrupt and we are very good in how we manipulate and influence justice. So you're right, Mr. Mburu, that in the first place today, looking at chapter 6 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, Babu Wino shouldn't be holding an office because he is in admission in public, and any evidence extracted from the public or social media is now admissible under the rules and procedures of evidence once it has been presented in court, or if it's not presented in court, it is in the best interest of the court in administering justice to ensure that when rendering a decision, they have made every consideration to make sure that justice is fair and has been delivered and rendered in the manner that is fair to all parties. In the case of Babu Wino, they failed.
Yes. Yeah, just one sentence. I just want to say this. The reason why I'm insisting that something was supposed to be done is because in the matters of justice, we don't punish the perpetrators because of themselves or because of what they have done, but because of setting precedents. So the moment somebody commits an offense and that person goes unpunished, you are telling other people and other leaders, you can do anything to Kenyans. So long as you have money, you can come, we negotiate, and you'll be fine to continue with your politics. And the judiciary is the only arm of government which decides whether a country is to develop or to stagnate. Judiciary of Kenya is doing the nation of Kenya a disservice, because even corruption cases, these corrupt leaders, they use the same money to buy their freedom. Somebody has a case of 1 billion, but he is given a board of 2 million. And then that case takes 20 years in the court. So what are we doing? What kind of judicial system do we have? And the reason why I feel so bad is because this is not the only case we are handling of Babu Owino. We had the case of that lady who was killed in those sides of Thika. I think it was when one of the governor of Central was involved. It was one of the accused. And nobody knows how that case ended or where right now it is. We also had the case of Sharon, the one who was pregnant. There are several cases we can mention where the leaders have done unthinkable things, and they are mentioned, but nobody knows how those cases end. So the judiciary, if it decides to help the nation of Kenya, we can sanitize Kenya through the judiciary. It is not that we have deficiency of good laws. We have very good laws, but the judges are very corrupt themselves. How can a corrupt person? And I'm saying this because there is a case, a family-led case in our family. It took 30 years before the case is concluded. 30 good years. You can imagine. So sometimes we would request a judge to recuse himself because we had evidence that the judge has been compromised, and he refuses. And he writes a letter that I'm not going to recuse myself, because if I do so, it means what is being said is true. And he continues to rule the case. I mean, Kenya, we really need to sanitize the judiciary if we are to move ahead. We have, I don't know, maybe we are doing something, but still I feel out of the ruling of Babu Owino, I feel we are still far, far away from being where we are supposed to. Thank you.
I just wanted to correct you on something. You know, when you're taken to court, you are assumed to be innocent. It's it's a due process, and the court has to weigh whether you are a danger or and you are a risk to the community. And if it makes that determination, then you are entitled to be either given a free bond or a certain bond as the judge might determine. So it's part of the due process, and there is nothing wrong about that. The thing is, the corruption cases require, there is a lot that actually there are other bodies that have been charged with the responsibility of doing preliminary investigation prior to be brought to court. For example, we have the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, so which, if it's involved, they must bring their findings, or the DCIO, if they also involved, they must bring evidence. The court must restrain itself in making or rendering a decision by ensuring that they have concrete evidence in proceeding to make a ruling in a matter or a prayer before them. So you imagine if you were accused falsely, and within a short time you've been ruled, and you've been a ruling has been made, and you've not been given an opportunity to be heard, then that is injustice in itself. So the issue, perhaps what the court needs to do, is to ensure that, check that we have given the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission a lot of resources in terms of money, in terms of staff, the human resource, to make sure that they have followed up the cases and prosecuted the cases as needed. But these bodies have failed, and more often when cases come to court, because of lack of adequate evidence, they continue being adjourned, and this is injustice. So I just wanted to make sure that as you want to actually decide that the court should take stand actions when it comes to uh, 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 when it comes to cases of corruption or other cases, whether it's criminal, whether it's civil litigation, or family, or land, or otherwise. There is something called due process, and it must be awarded or given to every other person whose allegations have been leveled against them.
And Mr. Mise, before, just one statement, because I also want others to contribute. I don't think I am ignorant to that and the due process of law. But do you know, since we attained independence to now is 60 years, we have had serious cases. Kenya has lost billions, if not trillions of money. Are you aware of one case where a prominent leader has ever been jailed and stayed in jail because of corruption? And that is my big problem, that these people have been buying, because 60 years, the nation, we have had agro-leasing and so many other scandals, serious scandals, whereby we talk of billions. Nowadays, when it comes to our leaders and politicians, we don't talk of millions. Nowadays, we have graduated, it is billions of money. The nation has been losing billions of money, but none of them. Do we want to say that, Mise, according to your maybe observation, and maybe you can help? It's good because you are a lawyer. We are not. Do you think it is out of lack of evidence that all these leaders have been going scot-free?
Yeah, most cases in court is due to lack of evidence, but there are facts that you cannot, in life, power and money will always influence the direction of justice. Even here in North America, you know that. In the US, why have you not arrested Donald Trump? You know, because power and money will determine the trajectory of justice in any society. If you are poor, there are many people who are languishing in jail just because of something, or maybe because they could not afford a lawyer to represent them in a court of law. They were taken, they were wrongly jailed just because they could not. We have had these cases out here, and I totally agree with you. And I can tell you, it's by design that when an IO or investigating officer is aware that he has to do a shoddy job and delay to even go to the site and collect the evidence that is needed and arrest or collect the statements that are needed for in preparation of prosecuting his case, they don't do so because they are compromised. What do you want? Do you want your life plus 1 million shillings, or do you want nothing plus your life being terminated? So you have to make a choice sometimes to let go of some things by complying with the cartels who are well rooted in the system. Whether you believe you are saying the truth or not the truth, and you know very well when Kate Kilonzo came out, you know what exactly that happened, and to date we don't know what happened to Kate Kilonzo. You've never seen her in the political arenas because of intimidation of people who are well connected and have resources to influence on how things, the trajectory things can take. Back to you, Leo.
Leo, are you frozen? It's like Leo is frozen.
Yeah.
I can't. Oh.
Yeah. Maybe Giovanni will be saying hi to us.
I'm not frozen, Mzalendo. I can see there is somebody who joined there, and you people have not even allowed him to talk. Mr. Who?
Hi.
Let me see. Glovani. Yeah, I
Hi,
think we should
everyone.
allow Glovani to be heard.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me once more. I just entered while you're still having a tight discussion in the state of affairs of our country. I don't know what I can say. Actually, I'm not a good debater of politics, not because I don't like politics or I hate politics, because politics is a way of life. But majorly it's because there's so much hypocrisy when it comes to politics. However, what I can say is it's when you read back, way back, even to the times of the commoner, the history, what it pertains to the first inception of the politics in the Great Britain. The inception of the common mwananchi, that is as they call it, the parliament, they call it the commoner, the House of Commons, and then there is the House of Lords. You remember the dynamics of the Magna Carta and all those dynamics, because basically the Magna Carta was an agreement between the ruling elite, that is the king and the court, against the people on how they need to rule the people. And that is actually how it all started. But basically what they agreed upon is not what happened. So that they can the court was trying to bring down the civil war back then, but then the House of Commons was basically overtaken by events. Instead of being a representative house, it became even more chaotic, and you can see it even today. It was supposed to be the common Mwananchi house, and then the House of Lords was supposed to be the ruling elite. Back then, Britain was ruled by lords, the fiefdoms. Not only Britain, but basically the entire of Europe. So the princes, and when you read even through Machiavelli, you'll be able to have a deeper insight about how these princes and the lords, how they ruled their nations. So basically, the court, that is the king and as entourage, used to rule through the princes. The princes, they were given land masses, and the land masses, basically the common Mwananchi never used to own anything. The land was owned by fiefdoms, by those princes, and the princes basically used to have workers within their fiefdoms, and the workers, the only thing that they used to get from that is that they were supplied with food and shelter. So basically, the key reason why there was civil unrest back then is because the common Mwananchi felt that it was not okay. They needed to have their own freedom. They needed to have their own land. So the Magna Carta basically was like a covenant between the ruling elite and the commoner. So they instituted what they called the House of Commons. The House of Commons was basically to represent the common Mwananchi, and then the House of Lords was basically also now to represent the lords, the princes. And it went well. Actually, it never went well in the first time because the king overruled that Magna Carta, because there was an unrest between the Great Britain. They were warring against the other kingdoms of France and Germany and ABCD, and also so what they wanted was for them to come together and agree so that they can be able to counterattack the reemergence of France and Italy and Germany. So they had that understanding through the Magna Carta, and back then the fiefdom used to supply the court with everything from food, jeshi, that is the military aspect, and money. And so whenever the country went to war, it is the kings, the fiefdoms, the princes who used to supply the king and the court and against any invasion. So after they instituted the House of Commons, as you can see it today, it's no longer the House of Commons. It's no longer representation of the common Mwananchi. Now, when you look from our own standing point, our own constitution, our own setup, our own way of governorship, from judiciary towards the parliament and the executive, basically was the same foundation based upon those advanced economies. But even now, even as you look at our own way of living and our way of doing things, and even our parliament, you can find that there is a little or nothing to show for the representation of the common Mwananchi. We chose from among ourselves, and the person that goes to represent us basically turns out to be something different from what we expected. So in a long short, what I can say, because they started with the House of Commons, but the House of Commons, they become representing the common man. Hello? They changed from they changed from living, representing the common mwananchi, and they became lords in their own entity, in their own understanding, in their own representation. Actually, they went to represent themselves. Today, you'll find MPs, yes, in the House of Commons, but basically there is very little that they propagate in terms of mwananchi here in Kenya. Now that's the same thing, and these people we elect them as among within ourselves, and they end up becoming lords in their own way. So what I can say is that the problem does not lie within the system. The problem lies within the individual, ourselves, our people, because our watu tunachagua, the people that we elect, not from Mars or Pluto or from UK. They're actually from among ourselves, but they end up representing their own egos and their own desires, and they forget the purpose within which they were elected to represent. So what I can say is that we expect too much from mankind. The system in itself, when I look at it from my own understanding and from the understanding of God or the Bible, the system was meant to fail. It was absolutely meant to fail. However, how much we keep bickering, however, how much we look from one dimension to the other, however, how much we go back from even the times of Adam and Cain and Abel, basically the system was meant to fail. The reason meant to fail, it's only within God's understanding. That's my understanding. So what can we say, or what can we do? Because now we cannot say, since it was meant to fail, oh, it is like it is today. We just leave it the way it is. That I think that should be a discussion for another day. Because however much we keep discussing, because we'll keep discussing, we'll keep waiting, and tomorrow we'll change the leaders. I remember the last parliament, not this one, but the last parliament, which it is in the history books that we changed almost half of the representation. But the kind of people that we put in our last parliament, basically they never changed anything. They actually became even more, how will I put it, more greedy than the earlier bunch. So it's not about change. It's not about changing them. We can change Babu na Mwamba today, or Babu, but tomorrow we put maybe Mzalendo tomorrow. But what will happen is Mzalendo will change. He will become his own self. So it's a question. It's a human question. My input will be that the problem has never been the system. The system has always been okay. But the problem, however sort of system, because we've kept changing the system. We've changed the system since wakati wakina Kibaki, Kenyatta. We changed it wakati wa Moi. We have changed it wakati wa Kibaki. And Kibaki brought the new constitution together with Raila. But the constitution never changed. You know, Raila had and Kibaki had a futuristic understanding of the prospect of Kenya. So they brought the Majimboism, not in its own entity, but in its quantity as it is today, the county devolution. But what happened? Look at what is happening at Wajir, at Mandera. These people have turned their own. Even here in Kitengela, I live in Kitengela. You'll find that the Maasais, basically they marau their money. They eat the devolution money. There are no roads. There are no feeder roads. There are nothing. There is no sewage line. There is virtually nothing. And these people, the Wajir, the Mandera, the people are crying. There are no roads. There are no sewerage. There is nothing. But the leaders, they have already taken. They already keep taking that money, and they are building mansions. They are building malls. They are building buildings in Isli. So what I can say, that in as much as the system was perfect through the eyes of the leaders that were the Raila and the Kibakis, But the people that they were given the mandate to oversee the system, they became corrupted. So the system, Mzalendo, has never failed, was never wrong. However kind of a system it is always put there, the system is always okay, but the people. So the problem comes back to the human nature, the human question. If we can be able to answer and address the human question, we'll be able to address 90% of our problems.
Mr. Leo, we can't hear you.
Low, you are is mute or is asleep?
Okay, my background is not good, Jeff. Just for some 5 minutes, I'll take it. My background.
Yeah, we can hear a lot of echo. I don't know whether it's coming from you, or maybe you can mute. Yeah, Mr. Mzalendo, you can proceed. You have been quiet. Are you worried of the topic of today?
I've been quiet, but I think
discussion
Giovanni can mute your mic. Giovanni, mute your mic. Oh, thank you. What Giovanni has brought in, he has thrown us into the deep end and said some things that they are right and wrong to some extent. The aspect of a leader is chosen by the people, and the reason why we choose leaders is to improve society. Yeah, so when a leader does not improve society, then that is a wrong leader. That is why we have a constitution that goes after 5 years, then we change the leadership. So as much as the constitution is the only way to choose leaders, but we can also look at the morals. We have a moral authority to choose the right person into leadership. If you cannot you cannot choose a village thief that you've known for the longest time, that is a village thief, to lead you. You cannot choose a murderer to lead you. Then when leaders get into parliament, they're supposed to enact laws, come up with bills that will ease our lives. And that is why we have politics. There was politics in the Bible, them days. Today, we still have politics. So leaders must have values. And those values are very, very important in society. So if you choose leaders without values, then we end up in anarchy. Yeah, so we must keep on talking. We must burn the midnight oil like we are doing tonight to talk about leadership until we get it right. Some countries have got it right and they are doing so well. Why not us? We cannot live in the old traditional way and say, this thing was supposed to act this way, and it was supposed to control us in this way because the laws were made then. That is why we keep on changing the constitution year in, year out. If it is not working for us in a particular manner, then we change it to the best way that we can. But more importantly is that we must choose leaders of integrity, and we must choose leaders who are accountable for the people and leaders who know what they were elected to do. I think that's all I have.
I think I want to add to what Giovanna said, and it's important that we emphasize what he has actually said. If you look at technology, maybe if we don't, let's start with the human. If you look at a young kid when born, they are called blank slate. They have nothing in their brain, but you have to feed them what you want them to be, and they learn because their brain is blank. is a blank slate. The same way, when you have a new computer, you have to enter the kind of applications and systems that you want to the computer to help you do. So I want to agree with you, Giovanni, that the human factor, if it's just not corrupt, then using the systems in place will be used the right way. So if the system is used to dispense 5 bananas every day, if the human factor is right, is upright, it is going to enter the data as 5 bananas. It's not going to enter as 500 bananas and then supply 5 bananas, and then 495 bananas are taken to Leo's backyard for Leo, Chief Leo, to decide where the rest will go. So the human factor is very key in the leadership. And that's why we need to get rid of all these leaders who have insecurities. Like, you know, do you think, and I'm going to ask this question to Jeff, do you think that today Babu Wino would want to get off power or even get broke and be comfortable? Do you think he every time when he goes to bed, he doesn't think that if he's not a member of parliament, then this is going to be used as a scandal that will bring him down? And if Babu Wino is one of them, what about the rest? Why do you think even Baba, Raila Odinga, at his age, why do you think he's competing with someone like Ekuru Ekot, I think, someone who is younger? Or why do you think someone like, what do you call this guy of Kotu? What is his name? Atwori, yeah? Anasema sisi ni wanyonge, hatuna haki. Yet he's been there, and he always sometimes asks us, where were you when I was when I was dancing twist with your grandparents? Where were you? Now, why do you think such people have so much insecurities that they cannot leave their jobs, even at their age, to let other young people and vibrant to lead such dockets, to take us or bring another perspective of leadership? It is because they fear that someone someplace will know that the system or the injustices that they committed, that they will probably be brought into account. They will be brought to account. So I think that's why I agree with you, Giovanni, that it is important that the human factor, we bring in morality. That's why we have in chapter 6, we have integrity in its wisdom. He's talking about, chapter 6 is talking about integrity. And I think that's why I'm supporting you.
One thing also, what you can also say, if I may add up on Leo, what he's saying, in a true sense, there is the governing system. There is a way we ought to be governed. Actually, the system was meant to address some of the human factor elements, but it cannot be able to wholly address it. Now, if, as he was saying about the 5 bananas, suppose you're given 5 bananas and you're supposed to distribute it among 5 people, but within yourself, that element of that human question, that human factor, within yourself, you're selfish, you have hatred, you have unforgiveness. Now, this will come back to the way the religion, let me use the word religion, let me say about the Bible, the Quran, the Hindus and whatever. There's a way the religion or the Bible or the holy books, they were trying to address. They were trying to address that humanity factor, that element of being human, that goodness. That's why you'll find that in the Bible, God, let me say, Christ, while he was going up, he said that he is not living too many laws. He just left one law called love, to love your God and to love your fellow man. Because if I personally is able to love Mzalendo, and he says this, love your neighbor as you love yourself. The moment you are able to love someone else as you love yourself, you'll always be able to put that person in respect to yourself. But if I personally am selfish, I'm egocentric, I am full of hatred, I'm full of malice, all those things, those are just the primary. Then there is the secondary dimension of the human factor. That is, I'll start nepotism, chronism. You understand what I'm trying to say? So if we can be able to address, as God dictated us to address, our personality, ourselves, we become worthy before ourselves, before even become worthy before God. Then that element of being able to rule will be able, as Mzalendo was saying earlier, that as a leader, when you are elected, because a leader, basically, his core business is to be able to mobilize his people behind a common goal to achieve a common identity and objective. But the moment he ceases to be able to identify that and moves within his own objectives, he ceases to become a leader. So the leader, as Mzalendo was saying, you as a leader, when you are elected, we elect leaders so that they can be able to make us achieve our objectives within a framework of time, within a short span of time, whatever time we may be able to identify with. So I concur with Leo that within our system, within ourselves, systems are there to address those shortcomings of the human factor. But the moment now we seize, we think the systems are there to address it. The systems are not there to address the human factor. It is upon us to address that human factor. And then the system comes up like a support system.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with
All
you.
right. Mburu, let's just a breather, then we join. Yeah, Mburu, we can go ahead. So that
Yeah,
you don't veer out from the topic, you get the highlights of what we wanted to discuss tonight.
yeah, Giovanni, you can mute a little bit. I don't know whether the echo is, yeah, good. Yeah, we have touched about the system just to tell our viewers what we mean, when people talk of the system that are meant to address the human factor question. When we talk of the system, we are talking of the Constitution, we are talking of the Acts of Parliament, we are also talking about the human resource structures. But all these are laws, all these are articles and clauses written on papers. But the implementers of these laws and rules and regulations are human beings. So if our morality is down, if we are immoral on how we perceive things, if we are not honest, if we are not transparent, then those systems will not help. When I was discussing, or when we were discussing about Babu Owino and the money and the corruption that is going on in Kenya with the judiciary, Mr. Mise said that money factor in most cases prevails and he compared Kenya with America. But I beg to differ to a greater extent. I have been here for several years now, and I have seen how the system works here. And Mr. Muzarendo can bear me witness that I may not say there is no corruption, but corruption, if there is in America, is so much hidden. And especially the judicial system is very serious. And I would like Mr. Mise, because you have your gadgets there and they work very fast, maybe when you get time, you can Google and see how many people were arrested, the former aides of the former president, Donald Trump. They were arrested, they were charged, and many of them were jailed. And most of those people, they were jailed because of lying to the court. Not even because of strong offenses, just lying or saying a statement that is contradictory. Others were jailed for 45 days. Others were jailed for several months. Others were jailed for years. That is how serious this system is. And the people we are talking about are billionaires. And most of them did not even wait for the conclusion of their cases. They pleaded guilty because they knew, even if it takes how many days or how many years, the law in America will catch up with them. So they didn't wait. They decided, instead of going through the whole process, many of them pleaded guilty. Some of them were jailed because of making communication with other government, just a phone call, and they were jailed. So it is that serious. But in Kenya, when you are a billionaire, it is a big deal. You saw the other day, Donald Trump, the former president, being questioned, not even being questioned, going to be taken fingerprints. That means a lot in America. In Kenya, you cannot dare even to summon the former president. He is untouchable. And in case that happens, his subjects, his supporters, all of them from Gatodo, from Kisumu, from all over, they will converge outside the judiciary saying mutu wetu na anaonewa. That is our character. But you saw the former president, who has half of the support of the Americans, when he was going to the court, they didn't go there. Hapa ni sheria ifuatwe. They didn't go there saying, hey, what Trump? Okay, some of them were making statements, but if it was Kenya, it was going to be chaotic. So that is what we are saying. We have to rise. We have to up our standard. Let us see our systems operating, because it is now 60 years from independence. But what is going on? Few people. We are continuing to create few billionaires. Yet the majority of the commoners are languishing in poverty. Many of them sleeping hungry. Many of them cannot afford to buy a new dress. Many of them, even children. How many children? I remember when we were going to primary school, very few people used to wear shoes. And if you go to school with shoes, other students would say, this one is so proud. Analiga. Unaona anakuja na viatu. Analiga. Unaona anakuja na maringo. Paka anakuja shule na viatu, because it was a big deal. So that is the level. And I want to believe even today when you go to schools, I saw the other day, I don't know whether it was the wife to the president, who had taken shoes to some schools, rubber shoes. I mean, students and pupils go to school without shoes, but there are people in their account, there are billions, not because they have worked very hard. It is because they have gotten a chance to be leaders. Instead of being leaders, they went to root. And that is the mentality that we are supposed to deal with in Kenya. That when you see these people campaigning, they spend more money to campaign than what their salary would be. You can imagine that in Kenya they spent even 100 million for the position of becoming a member of parliament. But you know the salary. So What does that tell you? These people, when they are going for these positions, they go with the mentality, we are going there to eat. We are going there to enrich ourselves. And then they commit they commit atrocities against the people of Kenya. They steal from us. They do everything possible to impoverish the common mwananchi in such a way that they can't imagine being out of the government because they feel, what if what I have done may be uncovered? And that is what Mise was trying to say. That is why you see these people don't want to leave power. You saw the former regime, all of them, they are fighting day and night to be included in the current government so that we don't know the evils they committed against the nation. Don't think it's because they are going there to fight for us. No. The reason why Uhuru wants to continue having say in government is because there are things he knows he did and he would not like to be investigated, and the only way is to ensure they are his people in the government. The reason why even Baba and his team, they are saying we must be there, it is because they don't want any investigation to be done. And it will continue like that. Even when Ruto and his government will leave, they also want to come back because there are so many things these leaders do that they are not supposed to do. They go there, first of all, to recover their money and to steal from Kenyans. So that is what we are saying. We need to start changing. If at all we will develop our nation. That if today I'm going to campaign, I go there as a servant, not as a thief, not as a robber. All these people, majority of them, very few of them, are genuine leaders. They go there to steal from us. And we have to keep talking about it. Let them know that we know. We know the salary of an MP. We know their benefits. But during campaign, they spend more money than what they are going to get as their salary. So where are you expecting they are going to get their money from? So those are, and we should also continue putting down strategies and those systems. How much should someone use for campaign? Where do these people, there should be a method of scrutinizing the spending during campaign period, because those are the things that we need to curb. Those are the things that we need to bring down so that tomorrow, if you have brilliant ideas, even if you don't have money and you are a wise guy, you are smart, you have good strategies that can move a nation forward, you can have a chance of becoming a president of Kenya. If it was about money factor, Obama would not have become the president of the United States of America. But he became because of good systems and the implementers of those systems. In America here, they follow every detail of every coin you get for campaigns and how you spend it. You try to spend that money for your personal purposes, you go to jail. What happens in Kenya? That is why these people with their political parties, they never want to leave. It is a serious personal business. Those are some of the things we should fix. And we should always feel bad when we see our nation stagnating because of poor leadership. And when we are talking this, it is not because we are hating anyone. It is because we are desiring to see a dignified nation. We are desiring to see a nation governed by the rule of law. So when I say the only hope we have is the judiciary. If the judiciary is rotten, the whole nation is rotten. Because it is only the judiciary that can arrest, have the power to jail these people. When the judge decides that I'm not going to jail people, and mostly they hide behind the evidence. So it is the judiciary and the investigating authorities that fail the nation of Kenya. We want to see several governors being jailed because of corruption. Na hivi ndivyo huwa tunasema, ati nimekufuga kwa niaba yako na wale wengine wenye wako na nia ya kufanya makosa kama hayo. So in Kenya we have no, example or something to learn from. Kwa hivyo mimi when I go there, I will go and steal, because I know, after all, from independence until now, nobody has ever been jailed. But what we do, we normally say Kenya is a nation of 50 billionaires and 50 million poor people. Should we continue like that? No. We need to start talking about it. And Kenyans, you make use of these cameras. And if you have power, buy those hidden cameras. Send those video clips. When these people are asking for money, when this corruption is happening, let us start exposing corruption in our nation. Let us start sanitizing our institutions, right from the police officers to the human resource managers, to every place you are. Be and stand your ground. Like I'm telling you, when I was taking my passport, they wanted me to give some money. I refused. I caused drama. So where will you be taken if you say, no, I will not do it? If it is to die, I will die because of my rights. Sometimes, I like people who can stand their ground when it comes to fighting for their rights. Sometimes Kenyans should be tired. When you stay in a nation like America or Canada, where systems are working, you only desire that our country may be at that level. So we have to start being serious from the common mwananchi, because I was telling you people last time when we were here, that the moment a police officer stops you in Kenya as you're driving your car, the first thing you start asking if you have some passenger, muko na PJ hapo? Kuna mtu ako na 100? I mean, kitu cha kwanza ukiona polisi is, do I have some loose money yenye nitawapatia? Here, that one does not even come in your mind. Unajua, it is either I'll be forgiven or I'll have to be given a ticket. Hakunanga mambo mengi. So that is the kind of system we want to have in our nation.
Before Bwana Leo, I think before Mburu gets away by sanitizing the North American system to be perfect, I just wanted to remind him that Kenya is not a failed state. No matter how we are struggling in enforcing and making sure that there's justice, in making sure there's proper enforcement of the laws and etc. etc. Kenya is not a failed state. Kenya has best laws. You're right, but I also want to remind you that there's corruption even here in North America. Even in the United States, there's corruption. Even in Canada, there's corruption. I also wanted to tell you that there is injustice that the government has not been able to address accurately. And I want to point you back to, I think, 2020 and 2021, in the case of one Kenyan lady who was murdered by the husband and buried secretly. And yet we struggled. I was part of she was actually one of my homemade. And we struggled even to get a lawyer to represent you in a criminal case in the United States. If you are the one who is seeking for justice, but if you are the offender, you have a lot of criminal lawyers who are ready to represent you. That is the sad side of the United States criminal justice. So I want to tell you that as much as you want to praise the system here, to a certain extent, perhaps it works 85%, but 15% of its of the system doesn't work. I also want to remind you to refer what is called the mass incarceration of people under industrial prison complex that was introduced, where prisons were, privatized, and there was mass incarceration because it became a profit-making kind of business. And so, in terms of injustice is everywhere. And I want also to remind you, when Donald Trump, during the January, the election after at the Capitol, there were his supporters stormed and wanted to thwart the victory of Joe Biden. And you know that Donald Trump said, stay back, stand by, and stay back. Stay back, stand by. You know, those, even so, he, because of his power, because of the kind of power and money that he has, he's not someone who will be hurried, to be taken through the system. It's going to take time. And unfortunately, law or uh, or um, or justice is influenced by money and power. The only places that I've seen people who are extremely rich being hurried to prison or being imprisoned is where, at the ICC, the African presidents are the ones who are like the likes of Charles Taylor, are the ones who are hurried, to be taken to prison. But what I wanted to say, Mburu, you are absolutely right that it is unfair. While there's money and power that influence justice, it's unfair to continue having the same leaders to continue leading us while they are using the money they steal from us and the power that we delegate or donate to them. It's only unfair. And I agree with what you're saying, that what you're saying is very important in Buru, that the reason why there's less crimes here, there are cameras everywhere. People use cameras because now the evidence that is recorded in public, and you have a right to record in public, can be extracted and can be used in a court of law. Because of this kind of awareness and culture that people, especially maybe in the North America, that have the courage to stand out and speak for themselves, they have been able to minimize cases otherwise that would have been brutal. I have had personally an encounter with rogue police officers in the US, particularly, who are not very friendly, who have, we have seen cases where black people are, imprisoned or are arrested and are, ID'd when they are not supposed to. So it's not like American justice is clean, 100%, not even 85%. But if by any chance you belong or you are a son of an influential person, it is not easy, or people don't, rush to make certain decisions about you. I think I wanted to emphasize that so that a poor woman who is living in the government housing and was no car insurance or not able to pay a car insurance, who is trying to work 2 3 jobs, vis-a-vis a daughter of a lawyer or a daughter of a governor somewhere, the privileges or access to certain resources and or privileges are not equal. Or even when they come across or they are on the wrong side of the law, they are not equally handled the same in most instances.
Mr. Mise, let me just say something. Yeah, Bwana Wakili. Now, I would like you to tell Kenyans what we should call a failed state or a failed system. I have heard you say that Kenya is not a failed country. But for me, as a historian, if I am to pose a history question, I would ask, to what extent has Kenya succeeded, or to what extent has Kenya failed? Then you can answer and say to a greater or to a lesser extent. You have given the United States system or judicial system 85%. How do you rate our judicial system? And I ask myself, what is a failed system? If all the people that we have in custody in Kenya are the poor people. We release all the rich people for lack of evidence. We see them taken to court. Then the following day, not even the following day, sometimes the same day, they are released on board and they never go back there. They are never jailed. I can tell you in Kenya, maybe 75% of people are the poor. So what is a failed system if even what we have seen in public on the cameras happening, the judge can stand and say we don't have evidence? Then what about those things that happen without the presence of people who can be jailed in Kenya? So for me, the other question I'm asking myself out of your argument, Mr. Mise, should we then justify ourselves and say there is corruption across the world? Because even America, it's not 100%, so it's okay for us to be where we are. You see? So, to what point should we now tell our leaders enough is enough? We have had a lot of dramas. We have seen so many things that people know that surely justice is not being served. We know very well if you are a governor, it doesn't matter what you do. You will steal billions of money, you will invest, you will build houses, and that will be your money. Yet those are taxes that we are supposed to build hospitals, good hospitals in that matter, pay our doctors, pay good teachers, build schools, build our roads. To what extent do we tell these people? Because immediately they enter into power, they start building, they start doing great things, investment, things that they can't account for. Today, when we are talking of billionaires, anybody who served in the first government of Kenyatta is a billionaire with vast acres of land in Kenya. Anybody who has ever served in Moi government is a billionaire. Anybody who served in Kibaki government is a billionaire. Anybody who has ever served in the government of Kenya, even those who have entered now, by the time they are leaving power, they will be billionaires. At what time should Kenyans say, now we are tired, we must change our ways? And we risk having some few people occupying positions of power because they have money. To what point will Kenyans say, I will not vote for you because of the money you have or the money you have given me? After all, I know this is our money. I don't know. Mr. Mzarado, maybe you can help us. What power do the citizens have to check their leaders and to put them on their toes? Maybe I'm somehow radical, but I mean no harm.
Yeah. So maybe you ask me a question. What
Yes.
does a failed state look like? Right? Sudan, Somalia, Cameroon, and many other countries that do not have or observe the rule of law. Kenya is a progressive country. And yes, there is corruption, but we must appreciate that Kenya has progressed very well when it means despite the fact that there are challenges in matters corruption, but Kenya has really struggled, and every year they improve. They are not yet there, but I would say that every year they improve by 1%. Is that the rate that we want? No. Is it happening? Yes. And I also want to remind you that yes, corruption is inevitable. It's everywhere. Please read about in the United States. Read about Operation Greylord, Operation Eelwind, Tennessee Walls, and other cases of corruption. So if a country such as United States with a massive infrastructure, with such, goodwill of administering or enforcing the rule of law, there exists corruption. Even talk about people like Monsanto, you know, corruption is all the way to the White House. You know that some companies in the United States lobby all the way to the White House. They fund politicians because of their corrupt ways, so that they can get a way through, so that like they fund so that whatever their practices are, they are unsafe, but they can get through, by ensuring they have the most powerful. Have you ever asked yourself, Mzalendo, and then maybe as you're coming in, you will speak about this as well. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that every politician who comes to power has never touched insurance companies, has never argued that insurance companies should lower their premiums? Ask yourself why. Yet insurance, they kind of steal from us like broad daylight. Why? Why, Jeff? Don't you think that is also one way of corruption, that we are baiting criminals, white thieves who steal from us? So I wanted you to, as Mzalenda, as you're coming in as well, you can speak about, do you think when Monsanto is not following proper food security measures, yet they have presence in the White House, do you think, and they get away with that, do you think that is not corruption? And how would you then rate a country such as Kenya? How would you want it to be corrupt free if a country that is greater than other countries in the world abates corruption right in the capital, right in the White House?
Well, let me start by saying that there are measures that Kenya has really strived to try and curb corruption. We have the EACC. That was a body that was created to try and stop corruption. We have not reached to the level of United States or these first world countries as matters of corruption, because one, as Mburu has tried to put it, that we are almost a failed state. But we are not a failed state. A failed state, there are no rules. There's no law. You cannot provide any services in a failed state. But when you look again at how politics is done in our country, you find, Mise, that today, apart from business, the highest paying career is politics. And that is why everybody is clamoring to be a politician, a leader in their country, especially in Kenya. The salaries are very, very high up there. The corruption also is high up there. But what has a society like Kenya done in the past leadership? Look at Kibaki when he came to power. We were subjected to lifestyle audit. Yeah, we were subjected to declare our property and our wealth as citizens. That is the only way the citizenry become involved in the politics of the country. When politicians are let to go scot-free, then the citizens who are supposed to be the watchdogs then come in and demand for what belongs to them. Today in Kenya, the governors who have just come in, all of them, most of them, I can tell you 95% of the governors who previously served or who are serving at the moment have either 3-star hotel or they have built homes that are impossible, things that you only see in movies or in Hollywood or in LA. I saw the other day a governor having a rotating table, serving exotic drinks and, celebrating. And this is how our society has become. Our society has become very corrupt. Even apart from the politician, the citizen is also very corrupt or waiting for a chance to be corrupt or corruptible. Yeah. So Leo is waiting for a chance to get his hand into the cookie jar and come out with whatever he wants to come out. It's only that he has not been given the opportunity. But where does that lead us to? It leads us to morals. Morals, the things that we do. In a white man, majority of them have got a cautious. They know that they're doing the wrong thing. I want to give you an example. There are people I work with, and I found this very, very funny. When like maybe you want to abscond duty or something, and then you tell a white person that, tomorrow I want to sneak out of the office and, do my own things for a couple of hours, then I'll be back. Do you know this guy will go and report to your boss, to the boss, honestly, and tell him, Mzalendo was telling me that he's going to go out to the office during his normal working hours. Do you think that is right? Yeah, I don't think he should be doing that. This is your colleague now reporting you to the boss. And they find it, and for you, you will find it like, this one is a snitch. He has reported me. But that is their way of life. That is how they look at things, and that is how they are. That is how they are. They are just wired to do the right thing. They clock in on time. When you're going to work, they clock in on time. Like unlike us, we Africans, we want to delay, don't come to work on time. We sometimes pretend that we are sick, although there are others who pretend, yes, but majority of them will clock on to work on time. They leave their places of work at the exact time that they're supposed to leave. And a culture, this is just now a culture. They will not pick any social calls like, ati best yako amekupigia simu excuse me, amekupigia simu ati mnapiga story kwa ofisi ati uliendaje game ya Arsenal, mlionaje hiyo game, and you are in the office. That is nonsense. That I have never heard of any of such calls here. You can't. Ati your boss ati anapiga simu ati to the wife ati, hey, how are you guys, baby? How are you doing at home? That is nonsense. No, does not do that. Akiingia kazi, ameingia job, anapiga job yake, anarudi, anaenda home. Yeah, but unlike us, we have got a culture, and part of that culture is what has made us very, very corrupt and corruptible. So I think it is a discipline that needs to be instilled right from primary, moving to high school, then again to now public service. So if it is not taught if etiquette is not taught in school, then that's why we have a society like Kenya, where we celebrate the rich people. We celebrate not even the rich who have succeeded successfully in business. The rich, unajua huyu anafanya biashara ya drugs, huyu ni wash. And leo here I will celebrate his fellow village man who is coming in a chopper every other weekend. Na ni mwizi, yeah, and ni mwizi. And that is how society is. That is how we celebrate a woman who we know has been so immoral, has been so immoral and teaching our girls immorality. Then we put her as a figure, as a mother figure to our young girls. And Leo here will celebrate that kind of person. You see, that is how society is. That is
Leo,
how.
No, Mzalendo, I
That
think
is how.
the society
That is.
has been crafted in a way that the end matters. We don't care the process. So when you
Yeah,
say
yeah, yeah,
Leo,
yeah.
it's
That
the entire society.
no, yeah. That is how we are.
That is why
Let me tell
even in
you,
our
Leo,
politics,
the things that are happening today. Today, if you go back 20 years ago or 30 years ago, and wake up your great grandfather and tell them, this is the lady who is a role model in our society. This is a man who we know is a common thief who has been stealing money, but we celebrate him and we want him in leadership position.
Mzalendo,
Yeah.
I can see Kenyan. Is it revolutionary or revolutionary? I think there are some things he wanted to clarify. We have to accept that the society we live in, and even after elections in our politics, we don't
I'm
want to know
giving.
how somebody won. What you are telling us is the court pronounced itself, when the Supreme Court, and the same people like Jeff Guru, the court has pronounced itself that Babu Owino is innocent, but he wants us to believe otherwise. But the same court says that William Ruto won. He wants us to believe that one. So we are the problem. We are so hypocritical to an extent that we think that as long as it is right in my eyes, somebody else doesn't have to challenge it. So as we welcome maybe Kenyan revolutionary, I think you can just take a couple of minutes. I think we'll now give Kenyan revolutionary an opportunity so that he can also tell us those things he was typing there. And the viewers, let's just remind you, I know we are live in Mtembei TV and also Africa Diaspora 24 TV. So it is really important that when you are subscribing, you subscribe to both channels. I know most of you have subscribed to Mtembei, you've liked the Mtembei. So just on Facebook, you can search on Afrique D24 TV, and you can also do the same on your YouTube, and ensure you subscribe and turn on the bell so that whenever we are live, you get notified. Like today, the show have been running for the last almost 3 hours, but we were not live in Tembei TV, that is Facebook page, due to some challenges. So to avoid missing, I know most of you have missed a lot. When we started, we discussed a lot specifically in the world of politics. So to avoid missing such insights and such events, you need to subscribe to both so that whenever we are live in Afrique 24, you get notified. We are live in Mtembei, you get notified. So if you only subscribe in Mtembei and forget about Afrique 24, we will be live at Afrique 24, and there are some things that you are going to miss. Like today, some miss the better part of the first hour of our talk show. So it's quite unfortunate, but you can still go back, subscribe, and you'll be able to follow later. So do subscribe, share with friends. The more you subscribe, the more we also grow and we can reach a wider range of audience. We want to change this country. We want to change the way we perceive things. That is why we have people from different communities. We have people with different religious beliefs and people who are having traveled in different cultures. So when we put together all these brains, we are going to have a better country. And that is our dream, to have a Kenya whereby we will not be here to complain as people are saying we are here to blame the government. We will be sitting here and we say, truly, we have a government that can serve our interest, not their interest. Karibu sana Kenyan Revolutionary.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I can't be loud because it's really late. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something about Mzalendo. When
And let it not be about Arsenal. Okay, please.
of course, I have to start with that one. But for something that you said about how the Wazungus here, they are more conscious of, they care about when things are wrong, they mention it. Let me just say the reason why they do that is because they have laws. When you have laws and you follow them, it creates a culture. Okay, I hear you. We say that ati Kenya tumezoea mambo ya ujanja, which is true. But kuna ujanja because nobody follow up on laws. Jeff mentioned about Babu Owino, rightfully so. If you create laws, tukianza kushika watu, people who have stolen money, people who are doing this ujanja, it will create a culture of people not stealing. Take a look at China. Take a look at Singapore. Do you know why Singapore made it the way they made it? Flourished economically, because they decided that if you steal, you'll get jailed. In China, if you steal, you'll get shot. Okay,
You
to
die.
death. Yes, thank you. So it creates a culture. It creates a culture where corruption is something that you don't dare get involved in. So that's what I'm saying. If we have good laws, Giovanni was talking about, he doesn't know what's, what. But all this is in the Constitution. If we follow up all these corrupt leaders, everyone, I keep on telling you guys that there's no difference between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila and Ruto and Moi and Kibaki. They are all puppets. You saw them cheese it up when they were meeting that king, that evil, decrepit son of a witch who came to visit Kenya. They take orders from him. It's a travesty, but I don't want to get into that. All I just wanted to say is that as long as we don't follow up, we don't respect our laws that we have in the books right now. We have good laws, but we don't follow them. Like all of you have said, Missy have mentioned it, Mburu have mentioned it. If you're rich, you get away with crime. If you're poor, unashikwa. And that's where the problem is. And the solution, according to me, is we need to look at Burkina Faso. Let's bring the Wagner and get all these Raila Odingas, Ruto, Kenyatta's jailed. In fact, let's not jail them. Let's hang them to death. They deserve that, all of them. Okay? And start a new, fresh republic where people respect the law of the land. This democracy, vote, you'll always have a subverted democracy like we have now. The British and Americans shall rule you forever through these colonial puppets. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Revolutionary, I used to think that I'm radical, lakini pwagu hupata pwaguzi. That is an extreme. You have decided we hang them.
Yes, Jesus was radical when he came. They called him radical. And look at what he accomplished.
Yeah. I just want to add on that. I have really observed the culture of these people. And what I have discovered in America, they don't have secret. In Kenya, not in Kenya, we Kenyans, we keep a lot of things to ourselves. We keep a lot of secrets to ourselves. You can even see somebody stealing, but so long as what he's stealing is not yours, you won't even tell anyone. He can even do like this to you. You keep quiet. And you won't say, or maybe you're going to go and share. I just want to give you a case scenario. When I came here, there is one of my sister who came here when she was very young. So she adopted the American culture. And there was a guy who had come here to do marketing. He was advertising his lad. He's a real estate kind of businessman. So he wanted my sister to buy a plot. And so my sister came to me consulting if she should buy. Then I told her, no, don't buy. And I thought that is it. So that guy came with another friend of ours. And this friend of ours was insisting that my sister should buy the plot. So they asked her, have you bought the plot? She said no. So he asked why? And he said, my brother told me not to buy. And I was so ashamed. I didn't know where to hide. And I was telling her, why do you have to tell them what I told you? You know? And she was like, was it a secret? She didn't even know that I was telling her not to buy, but I didn't want her to tell those people that I have advised her not to buy their plot. You see, that is how open they are. They have no secret. So from that time, I had to learn that if you think something is a secret, don't tell an American. I want to go back to Mise. Mr. Mise, when I don't know where you people you got from, because I never said Kenya is a failed state. I was only asking questions. And the failure in which we are talking about here is to extents. And that is why I was posing a question. What extent have we failed? To what extent have we succeeded? But the funny thing is that, Mise, you decided to compare Kenya with failures, total failures. If we are to compare, we compare ourselves with relevant others. History tells us that at the time of independence, Kenya was at par with Singapore. What we should be asking ourselves, where is Singapore today and where are we? Today, our economy cannot be compared with the economy of Singapore. We should ask ourselves, what did we do wrong? How comes that Singapore today is a developed economy, is a strong nation, whereas we are still struggling with small things? The other thing is that in 1970s, Kenya would give aid to South Korea. Today, where is South Korea? That is why I'm saying, to some extent, we have really failed. And not the common people, because Kenyans are very hardworking. I have been to so many nations of this world, and everywhere you go, you see Kenyans working very hard. And most of our best brains go to work to other nations and build other economies, because our governments have failed to put down what the government is supposed to put down. Our government has failed to create a good environment for import and exports. Our government has failed to bring industries to our nation. You know, those laws that can attract people to come and invest in our country. So we end up going outside to work outside there. That is why you see, in every country you go, you will see Kenyans working and succeeding and doing very well. So I wish the government can now start to think, what can we do so that these human resource that we have, because human capital we have good brain, what can we do so that we can grow our economy? If the government is committed, I am very sure we can go very, very far. And that is why, though we are speaking and becoming radical, not that we don't know that we have made some strides. I have been to Uganda for 6 years. I studied in Uganda for 6 years. I have gone to preach in Tanzania. I know where we are. I have been to Southern Sudan. I have been to Lilongwe, Malawi. I know where we are. But I believe we can do better. We can do better. And so, Mr. Revolutionary, I just wanted to disagree on you on one point, that of using the military coup or a coup to change the government. Because sometimes when these things happen, you don't know what is likely to happen. Sometimes people attempt these coups, and then it takes another 50 years as the country is struggling to get back to organized or structures of governance. And that is why A country like Somalia has failed for so many years because of coups. A country like Uganda has stagnated because even the current president rose to power through coup. Any nation that people rise to power through use of force, it does not develop. They destroy their nation, they destroy their economies. And
Yeah.
I'm just, yes.
Do you know that Burkina Faso is the fourth fastest growing country in the world? And Ibrahim Traore has only been in government for 3 months.
You see,
No, and
Mr.
again, Jeff Mburu, how did Paul Kagame rise into power? What is the economic situation in Rwanda?
You see,
And,
we normally say,
and Jeff, could you answer to yes or no, and then you can explain to
what
revolutionaries' question?
which question? Can you ask again? Because you people, you have asked so many things at the same time.
Okay.
Which question? Can
Okay,
we go one by one?
Okay.
If I know Burkina Faso is the fastest growing economy,
Fourth fastest growing
Fourth,
economy.
fastest
not
growing
fastest
economy.
growing, but
You
fourth
see, how
fastest
long,
growing from
Mr. Mzarendo? Let me ask you a question. How long has Traore been in power?
Barely 4 months.
4 months.
And
Can you
2
use
months.
4 months to gauge the development of a nation
Absolutely.
The question is,
when you are doing analysis?
the question is, before you ask a question back, do you know, are you aware, or you are not?
No. Okay, I am not aware of such, but I beg to disagree as a professional. You cannot take 4 months to say that somebody has performed exemplary well, because these are just short-term measures to show that he is capable of, because one, he is trying to legitimize his rise to power through force. So we don't know how he's going to perform in long term. So the
That's not
only
the
best
argument.
measure of success or failure is time. So
That is
if
not
we
the
come back
argument.
here, if we
Sorry.
come back here, wait, me say. If we come back here in 2 years, we will be in a position to say whether Traore Abraham has failed or succeeded. But you can't use months to measure a development of growth.
Let me help you.
And we are saying that because Russia has tried to chip in to try to stamp the authority of that guy. But I still say here in this platform that use of coal can never be an alternative to good governance. We don't know, because right now, are you also aware that Traore has been, people of Burkina Faso have attempted to overthrow him 2 times now. 2 attempt coups.
That is a twist.
Against him.
That is a twist to what you're saying. But let's go back to the question that you were asked, and find out what is the argument behind the conclusion that you were given, that it is the fourth fastest.
There can never be.
economy.
It's just because they are saying.
I think
I have seen those.
Let me try to answer what.
Just a minute, Mzarendo. I have seen what people are saying. Now that Russia is setting up what we call a nuclear plant, and that is the only infrastructure that is trying to come up right now. Now they are saying because in Africa, many nations don't have a nuclear plant. Now that is a big factor and a big achievement for Burkina Faso. But wait a minute.
Yeah.
How long?
I'll help you. Do you want me to help you?
Okay, proceed.
Okay.
Accept to be helped.
This is the main reason. Number one, under the previous regime, that was a colonial puppet, a French that was put there by the French, they were selling uranium at 80 cents per kilogram. Ibrahim Traore came in and said, from now on, we are selling it for 200 euros per kilogram. Okay? And all the proceeds is used to help the country. That's one. There's also the sugar production there too. I don't have the figures for the number, but I'm using uranium, which is a massively used stuff from the West that the West are buying. Okay, so that is what propelled them. That's just one industry. Okay, so that is what is actually revolutionizing the economy, the Burkina Faso economy. Okay, now the point I was trying to make is this, Mburu. You may be right by saying that a military coup does not necessarily mean that you'll have a good president that will help the Wananchi, as you can see with Museveni. Okay, but I'm saying a a military coup that's backed by the people. Okay, like Burkina Faso, the people, and Mali and Guinea, those guys are saying they're taking control of their resources to help the Wananchi who supported the coup. Okay, so it's because they've discovered that through, if tukienda kwa debe, the debe is being manipulated, and I know Leo will check keen that was that, because I know Leo is one of those who believe maybe Raila lidanganywa, but I'm saying they realize that kwenda kwa debe, the debe are being manipulated during the electoral process. So they say the only way we can only take out these guys is through a popular military coup d'etat. Okay, so that's where I'm going with this. And to your first point about was it your cousin or your sister, where you say that he went and told the person not to buy the land as you told her. It is because in this culture, especially in the US or Canada, whatever, if you see a crime and you don't report it, let's say if it's abuse, you can also be charged for not reporting that. It depends on what crime you if it's like abuse, you watched abuse and you didn't report it. So that's why you see they grow up knowing that, hey, listen, if you see something wrong, report it. Anyway, I hope I've answered you, or I was clear on that. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Let me just add something on what you are saying, just to tell you how. You see, this Abraham Traore, he has done exactly what was done 34 years ago by a gentleman who was called Thomas Sankara. And Thomas Sankara was even more charismatic and even a good speaker than him. But what happened with him? He only ruled from 1983 to 1987, and he was shot dead. He was assassinated. And because the government of Abraham Traore has not gained legitimacy, there are many people who can hurt him or even overthrow him, and there is nothing which can be done about it. And this is what I normally say.
Who gives you legitimacy? Who gives you legitimacy before you?
Let me finish.
No, but you have to answer this. Who gives you legitimacy when you rule? Who gives you legitimacy?
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
But you have to answer that before you go on. Who gives you legitimacy?
Please, let me finish.
I will let you finish, but please answer this. Who gives you legitimacy?
You have to wait. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. And I will answer every question. So this is what I was saying. If Abraham Traore thought that he is so popular and he has those brilliant ideas and very good ideas than the president who was there, the best thing he would have done, because Burkina Faso is a democratic country, he was supposed to step down from being a military and now go to the people through the ballot, convince the people, be voted in. When he becomes the president, now he can say, we don't want French army in our country. We don't want to do trade with you people under the terms that we have. But now the danger is, because of how he rose to power, I don't know for how long he's going to sustain that power. He will have so many challenges, and he is likely to be overthrown, and he is likely to put people into more troubles than what he is trying to solve. That is the danger of coups.
Mr. Jeff,
Can
I
I
see
say
Ms.
something?
Mzalendo is also raising the hand, but maybe
Yes.
just a reminder. He rose in power through a coup and is among the longest serving right now, so that is debatable.
Who?
And then secondly, I remember some time back here I said that we need to amend our laws as Kenyans on how we elect the president. The problems we are having is when we trust the most important person, the CEO of a country, to be elected by everyone, even people who doesn't understand what elections are. So had those people been given an opportunity to elect, they would have just done the same mistake. So sometimes it needs some drastical change and popular changes so that you can realize development that you want. Sometimes a
You
coup
see,
can
you
work,
people,
sometimes changing the law
Uh,
so that we have few people electing the president. Let's listen to Mzalendo. He
to
really
me, to
raised
me,
the hand
it
for
is
long.
you know,
this
What
Boru,
you
impressive.
say,
can I say
Yes,
something, Boru? I
go
think
ahead.
Leo is bringing some madness that we elect with a very few people, as if this is a monarchy or we are electing a pope. We are not electing a pope. We are electing a president of the Republic of Kenya. Now,
Yes.
on the issue Kenya Revolutionary has brought, Kenya Revolutionary, I don't know which newspaper you read or where you get your facts. Burkina Faso does not have any uranium deposit. What they have is what they used to have is gold. And even as it is right now, Kenya is even richer than Burkina Faso. So I don't know
Zalendo.
why I am telling you facts, no, not hearsays. Kenya is
Okay,
richer than even Burkina Faso. They don't have
you
any
are out of your
deposit.
mind,
They
but
don't
I'll
have
let you
any
finish.
deposit of uranium that can be accounted for in Burkina Faso. All they have, they strive in agriculture and they have some gold deposits. That is what they have in their country. So there is this craze where, yes, we are annoyed with the leadership, like we are annoyed with the leadership in Kenya and some parts of Africa. But the military, is it really a solution? Look at what is happening in Mali. Right now, the military leader that took over in Mali has changed the constitution. And what he's saying in his new leadership is saying that yes, he will reserve. He will give back. They will go for an election through sometimes in February, but he has amended the constitution such that the military can dissolve parliament at their own pleasure. So we are just talking about one and the same people. Whether you're from the barracks, whether Mzalendo is from the barracks and Mzalendo is a civilian, their mentality is the same. The only part that is dangerous with the Mzalendo in the barracks is that he has a gun. He has a gun and he rules by the iron fist. And probably he does not, he will not follow the constitution, but follow the military law. So sometimes it can work, but sometimes it will not work for the benefit of the people. Look at what is happening in Rwanda. Yes, it has succeeded in their own democratic way, but now is the will of the people of Rwanda being adhered to, that they really want Kagame to rule for the rest of their life? The answer is no. They need to have a democratic process whereby Kagame, as much as he is suppressing the opposition, they should allow people to practice, to go for a free and fair election. Look at Uganda. They took power by the gun. Is it a successful democracy? It is not. It is not. Look at what he has been doing to Bobby Wine. Look at what he has done to uh, anybody who is trying to come across his line. So these things, we might love them, we might want them to be part of us, but in the end, we have got very bad manners coming from the military, and they are not good leaders.
And you see, Mr. Mzalendo, you see, these people, the Kagames and the Musevenis, they rose to power in 30 years ago. Now, after 30 years, I think people should have changed their mentality. Anybody who thinks coups and use of force can be a solution to anybody, or to anyone or to a nation, then I don't think that is the right kind of thinking. It's like if we have a conflict, instead of sitting down and solving our differences, we decide kupimana nguvu kwa magumi na mateke. That is how I see it. I have been in Uganda, as I've told you, for 6 years, and I can tell you Uganda will take another 50 years to be where Kenya is. And it is not the will of Ugandans to be ruled by the same person that we used to read when we were in primary school. The president of Uganda is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. It is not their will. And these people, they spend a lot of money protecting themselves because they know how they rose to power. And they know another person can use the same means to overthrow them. If you see the level of protection and the machinery they use for protecting themselves, if that money can go to development, it can do a lot. So what I was trying to say, let us not try to justify evil. In the 21st century, nobody should try to use force to rise to power, because the same force used to bring him down.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Okay.
I think, please, before you say something, I think you are thwarting the rationale of people delegating power to the leaders. Okay? So, Jeff, if I delegate power to you and I tell you I need you to do A, B, C, D, and if you are not doing it, and if you are circumventing ways to be able to force me to delegate powers to you, then that is the meaning of power is vested in the people. Okay? And that is why the people can rise up and get the power from the few who have taken from them. So I don't know why you would term that as evil, because
you are misusing words.
In the Bible,
you are a lawyer, but you are misusing words.
No, let's go back to the Bible. Even in the Bible.
Now, before you proceed, before you go to the Bible, because if you go to the Bible,
I wanted to give it to you because you used the word evil. Now, if we go to the Bible, even the children of Israel, they rose up to the occasion and they moved out and they took
you see what I want, so that our viewers can understand where you are coming from and where you are going. Now, in the case of Burkina Faso, who delegated power to Abraham Traore? Or
Jeff,
what do you mean by delegation?
Can I help you? Can I help
you?
No,
let me say.
I'll help him. I'll answer. I'll help him.
But yes. It is him who said about delegation. I wanted him to tell the people what does he mean.
I yield my time to him to help me in that. But you have my opinion as well.
Thank you, Missy. I wanted to say this, Jeff. That's why I ask you, who give you legitimacy? It is the people.
The legitimacy is given by the process under which, for instance, in Kenya, for
no. Stop. Legitimacy
let me
is
show you
the
process.
No. It was a rhetorical question.
The moment you ask a question, you should allow to be answered and clarification to be made.
It was a rhetorical question. Jeff, please relax. It was a rhetorical question. Legitimacy is given by. Please. Legitimacy is given by the people. Okay. People give you legitimacy.
You are saying the same thing, but yours is a little bit diluted. I want now to expound. Even those people are under the process and the system.
Jeff, it is not the process. It is the people who give you legitimacy. Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017 was illegitimate because the people rejected him. Raila Odinga gave him legitimacy by agreeing the handshake, or else he will not rule. The people stood up. Same thing with Moi.
That is why I told you your question is an ambiguous. Just listen to me. It is an ambiguous question.
Can you please listen, Jeff, please? with all due
It's not an
respect.
ambiguous question.
It is not. Thank you, Missy.
Why would you think that it
Let me tell you why. It is
Can I
because
finish,
it
please?
has no
Oh
specific
my God.
answer. That is an ambiguous question.
Listen, okay, let me try this again. In any democracy, in any form of rule, you only are legitimate if the people choose you. Even God himself, when the people of Israel didn't want to accept the king that he gave them, the people said, no, we don't want this Nini or this king. Give us another one. Okay? God had to respect that. Okay? It's the people who give you legitimacy. So Ibrahim Traore.
Wait. You see, you told me.
Let me.
You see,
Okay,
revolutionary. Let me also
I'm
help
done.
you. Let me help you. Revolutionary, let me help you.
Let me finish my
See,
statement.
you see,
I want to answer
you see.
Mzalendo too.
No, wait. Be patient, man.
No,
Be
no, no.
patient.
Mburu, please,
No,
please.
you see,
We have
where
got
somebody
time.
is misleading.
No,
No,
you
you
will
haven't
rebut.
let
You will
him
rebut.
complete.
Let him finish. Then
No,
you.
it's because I wanted to add something on what he is saying.
No, then let him finish.
And there is nowhere he is going. There is nowhere I'm going.
You know,
Be patient enough.
for us to have a good conversation, you let somebody. This is why
But you
we
see
are.
also, he
Africa,
requested.
Africa
You see, we have to
24.
be fair. He requested
Africa
to inform
24.
me. You see, he
Listen,
requested.
You know what?
listen,
Even
Mburu.
That's fine.
you people,
Just
please,
go ahead.
Mburu,
please,
go ahead.
please,
He can wait.
please. It's like even in parliament, when somebody want to inform you, you need to be informed. Then you proceed, or you say what I was saying was wrong or not. So this is what I was saying. When you say legitimacy only happens through the people, whatever the people do, it has to be within the constitution. And that is why I talked of process. So if today we say there is an election, yet the constitution or the body that is mandated to declare the day has not said it, and we go and say we have voted Muzaredo as our president, we even do the whole process and we count the votes and we say Muzaredo is our president, he will not be legitimately an elected president because the process has not been followed. That is what I meant. So everything has to be done under the process. Number two, in the same process, that is why you see right now, when we are having a general election, they are observers. Those observers, they also have a say in the same legitimacy. Because even if we follow the process, and all those observers from across the world says no, the process or whatever was done was not transparent, that president cannot be legitimately be seen as the legitimate president of that nation because he has been rejected by the international community. So there are so many processes when we talk of legitimacy, not just the people deciding everything. And that is why I said it has to be under the due process.
Mburu, are you, anyway, before I ask, the Kenyan Revolutionary, there is something that you are asking.
I just wanted to tell him this, just to correct him. Moi was in power for 24 years. What's his name? Museveni has been in power for how long now? Okay, they have elections every 4 years, whatever the case is, and the process is being followed. They follow the right process, and every time they win, there's claims of rigging, but they still become power. Are they legitimate? Are they chosen by the people?
They are because they are voted by people.
Jeff, the people are the sovereign. They have the sovereign power. Okay, this dictatorship. That's why we call them dictatorship. They force themselves and they subvert. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, I can't.
You see the issue of Museveni. Right. No, you are so emotional.
Jeff,
you see the issue.
You keep pointing.
No, you see, you asked me a question whether they are legitimate.
Can you just listen? I'm always brief.
No, you can't. You are becoming so emotional. Is it because you are sleeping or something?
No, the thing is, let him finish his argument. Let him make his preamble. let
But
him
why
just
are you so emotional?
wait.
Because this is not the first time we are having a debate.
In his statement,
We have had this debate severally.
Jeff, in his statement, is going to make a preamble, make an argument, and make a conclusion. So
Thank
if
you.
he makes a preamble and then before he makes an argument, you're disrupting him, then he's not going
No. He asked a question.
for you
He asked
to
me a
be able
question.
to ask a good question.
No, me say. Now
Now,
you what
give him
tell me
time.
today is the first day I'm doing a debate here.
No, you're pretty good in the debate.
No.
There's no doubt
You
about that.
see, he asked a question whether Museveni is legitimate. And I wanted to inform him something. I have stayed in Uganda for 7 years. And can I
No,
tell you something?
yes,
Museveni is
yeah.
elected by the people
How
of
about
Uganda.
this? How about this?
As much as he
about
has
this?
stayed in power for many years, Museveni
You
is
guys,
voted by the people of Uganda
But
under the
Leo,
constitution.
Jeff,
can you take
here is my
control of the
question.
show?
Here is my question to you, Jeff. Do you hear? So can I go ahead? Can I continue with asking a
Yes,
question?
that's it. It gets hot sometimes,
Yeah.
and
So-
that is the temperatures everywhere.
How I wish, Mr. You could allow revolutionary to finish. Then
Absolutely. No, I was paving way for revolutionary to ask a question, but Mr. Revolutionary, please proceed.
Okay, I'll be brief since okay, I'll try not to pose a rhetorical question because it will trigger my friend, Honorable Jeff Mburu.
No, you are just
Anyway,
being emotional today. Leo sijui
no,
unakuwa kama nini.
no, ulikuwa interrupt sana ndio maana niko naudhika, but anyway, I was just saying this. The people are sovereign. They give you legitimacy. Now, you've argued that the process, okay, is what gives somebody legitimacy. Now, if the process is subverted, which is subverted democracy, okay, because these dictators, the only reason why they are still there, like Tinubu of Nigeria, is because they subvert the process, okay? Wanaenda on a rig or whatever the case is, that's why they stay in power, but they're not popular in the ground. So what Ibrahim Traore, being in the military, he knows this. He knows this is a French puppet, that the previous president was a French puppet. So he saw that the process is compromised. There's no way to take out this guy through the process because he knows he has all his agents and all that stuff, okay? So he said, you know what, I'll take you out by force. And he did that through the military, and he was supported by the people, the very people who gave him the legitimacy. The people are the ones who have the power. So if they back you, you are as legitimate, regardless of the process. Because the process, we've seen that the process can be tampered with. That was the point I was trying to make. Now, to Mzalendo, just to finish with you, you say that Burkina Faso has no uranium. I don't know. Mzalendo, wewe Mzalendo wewe, watu Arsenal. Anyway, if my what's this? Where did I get it? It's called World Economic Outlook project. Okay, that's where I got my information about the uranium, and it's been known. Actually, the French right now, the French and the British have their warships in Ivory Coast. They are planning on taking out Mr. Ibrahim Traore, okay? And the Russians have said, we are standing with him. If they attack you, we'll even help you with nuclear weapons if it takes that. Okay, so that's why I always big up Putin for standing up with Africa, him and Fidel Castro since 1970s. He trained Umkhonto Mswise and others in Tanganyika and in Angola. But anyway, I hope I've answered that just to finish that. So go ahead, Mr. Sorry.
Yeah, and just to first address the issue of uranium with Mzalendo. Mzalendo, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe um, has also published uranium potential of Burkina Faso. So you may want to read that article, and it can give you uh, more insight, and also it combines Niger as well. But I am more concerned with the sentiments or the arguments of our able debater, my very senior Jeff Mburu. Jeff, I just want to take you back to the Kenyan Constitution and read word by word so that we can be able to make a proper and credible argument. Chapter 1 of the Kenyan Constitution says, sovereignty of the people. All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. The people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Sovereign power under this constitution is delegated to the following state organs, which shall perform their functions in accordance with this constitution. So I need you to underline delegated. The sovereign power is delegated. First, it belongs to the people. Second, it's delegated. Third, it can be exercised either directly by the people or indirectly through democratically elected representatives.
Honorary,
People
and read
may,
for the
may
people.
choose.
Honorary,
And
as stipulated in the Constitution,
and
not
and
outside the Constitution.
and and so the power. So you have to know. So my argument is this. First, before I forget, you talked about people or a president of a country if he rises to power and if he's not internationally acknowledged, I think recognized or something like that. I don't remember the exact words that you use. It doesn't matter as long as your people have delegated the power and you are also part of the people. Remember, this is your inalienable right that cannot be taken away from you. And you have the right as well to reclaim the powers that has been delegated to someone if you feel this person is abusing the powers and not dispensing these powers as intended. So now the limitation that you are bringing in, that within this constitution, then it means you're taking away within this sovereignty. You know, when you're talking about sovereignty, a country such as a country that is sovereign or is perceived or presumed to be sovereign, it means it can rule itself. So when you rise up to a dictator or to a leader who has abused the powers that you have delegated to them, there is no harm. That is why you saw the people of Kenya in the beginning of this year, they rose to the occasion and to the streets and spoke because of the powers that they have delegated that they felt that has been abused. So that is why we are saying that when sometimes you find that the person you gave the powers, if I gave you my car keys and you're not giving it back to me, or you're not using the vehicle that I gave you the way it's supposed to be used, you're using it to carry your girlfriend when it's supposed to carry donations to the people who are needy, then I can take the car either going to the dealer and shutting it down, or either coming and breaking into the car because I have a right to do so. It doesn't matter how I'm going to reclaim the vehicle for myself. So that is the simplest analogy, that it is okay if the people feel that at one point they cannot host you, or if you're manipulating the power, you're using the power that you've been given to circumvent ways that you can remain in power indefinitely, then we can go through coup d'etat to get and regain.
Mr. You are a lawyer, but you are misleading the people in
I'm
the
not,
interpretation of the law.
I'm not calling
And
people
there is
to
a
go for
crowd.
coup d'etat.
There is a crowd there.
You need to help me in this.
No. Let me.
There's no way you can keep quiet, Mzalendo, as though you're not getting the point that we are trying to.
No, you see,
Mzalendo.
You are saying the right thing, but at the same time, you are misleading the people. There is a point there you have read clearly, but you are trying to bypass as if you never.
Which one?
You never talked about it. You said that the people exercise their power within this constitution.
No.
In addition, yes,
No.
within this constitution.
It doesn't say within.
Whichever, but that is what it means. I want you to read again. If I'm wrong, can you read again? It has to be stipulated. It is either as stipulated or as stated in this constitution. And if you don't read it, I will open and read it myself.
Sovereignty of the people. All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this constitution.
Only in accordance with the constitution. Now, you have told people that constitution, which I believe that you are well, you have more information about the constitution. That constitution has no clause for the coup, which says that the people, if they feel they are not well governed, they have an option for the coup. In fact, anybody who tries to overthrow the government, that offense is treasonable offense within the constitution.
But
are you aware of that?
But Jeff,
when you tell people that they can exercise their power outside the constitution, because that is not within the constitution.
Let me help you.
You are the lawyer.
Mr. Can I help you?
Yes.
Mr. Can I help you?
I just wanted to mention, as you help me, revolutionary, that every law has an exception. Okay, there is no law that is absolute. So when the law says that you must do this, okay, there is an exception to it. Don't forget.
Tell people the truth. The law of Kenya has no room for coup. I don't know about the other constitutions.
We were not really talking about Kenya. We were not.
But no, you see, after reading what you have read, you have tried to justify coups, of which I know within the same constitution. If you try to do so, that is treason.
Let me help me say, the military is part of the people. The military is part of the people.
I already said that when I mentioned
Kenyans. No, you're laughing.
No, you people, you are misinterpreting the law.
No, I'm saying, because he read there, if the people can exercise their power directly. So if the president, like I said, the president is a dictator and is violating the process of a democratic process of elections, if he's violating that every time so that he can stay in power, then the military, which is part of the sovereign people, is okay. These are just military people, but they're also Kenyans. They can take him out.
Revolutionary. Do you know what is
doing that? Sorry. And by doing that, they are exercising their authority, sovereign authority, by taking him out. Thank you very much.
You people, you are badly mistaken. And you're acting, you are interpreting things the way you want, just to cover yourself or to cover some kind of I don't know.
You guys, I think we need. Where is Leo? We need to wind up this show. We have had almost 4 hours.
But
can our good learned friend honestly tell people what is treason?
He's talking about treason. He can read what chapter 17, not chapter 17, but article 17 of the Constitution says. But however, we were using the argument. I think you are limiting the argument. The argument is that when you elect a government, the government doesn't have absolute authority. the government can be taken back by the people and to the people. That is what we are telling you. That is the argument, that the government at any time, anyone who is in power has delegated powers. At any time, the people, regardless or whichever means they want to use to take power back to them, it doesn't matter. That is what we are trying to tell you.
You see, Mr. Wakiri, you are now going too low. You know, going down now to tell people what is not correct interpretation of law. and I may not know much,
what's your take on this?
but at least I know something about law. Even if there is a lacuna, now where you are going now to extreme edge of misinterpreting what the Constitution means by saying people can exercise power either directly or indirectly. I want to remind you that in 1982, they tried what they have done in Burkina Faso. And there are people who were hanged in Kenya. And I think that was the last time it happened. And nobody has ever tried a coup in Kenya.
It was never a popular coup.
Listen, let me finish. It doesn't matter whether popular or unpopular coup. That is why the Constitution has said only, only, the word only means there is no any other way apart from what is stipulated in this Constitution. So before you say, I gonna do things now directly because the government has failed, you have to go back to the same law and see what the law says, because you might act outside the Constitution, then the same law will catch up with you and you'll be in trouble.
Can I say something?
Can you quote the chapter or an article of the Kenyan Constitution, right? That actually talks about what will happen to you if you overthrow the government.
Maybe you get it.
No, which article?
I'm here. I'm getting it right now.
We have
the Constitution here.
Let me just say, yeah. We have something called the Constitution. What is the Constitution? The Constitution is what governs each and everybody, including the military. Overthrowing the government is illegal. It can never be a constitutional means by any means. It is an illegal means of getting into power. It can never be legitimized. It is not legal. It is illegal. So where does it get legitimacy?
Uhuru got the presidency in 2017 illegally.
How do you measure its legitimacy? You have got no way to quantify a coup legitimacy. Yeah, as much as we might agree that these people are oppressed and all that, that is what you will, but you can't quantify because it is not a way provided in the Constitution.
Zalendo, stop misleading people.
Which even the military leader who has taken over must respect the particular Constitution, which he has already even broken. All right, so there is no day you'll come and you'll say that military coups, those are legal ways of getting into power.
No,
they are not legal ways of getting into power. Use the word, the illegal way of getting into power is by using the military. Yeah, that is the illegal way of getting into power.
Zalendo.
That's why it's called a coup.
Zalendo.
Why is it called a coup?
Let me ask you a question. October 26th of 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta declared himself president after running by himself. Okay? Was that a coup d'etat or not?
It wasn't, because Uhuru Kenyatta did not declare himself the president. He never declared himself the president. The elections were conducted according to the Constitution of Kenya. There was a rerun. There was a rerun in that election.
Okay,
and
Zalendo.
His opponent didn't participate.
Stop. The court said, Maraga said that before the election happened, the re-election happens, There was
Yes.
some raft of changes that had to happen before the re-election.
Yes.
And nothing that the court said that has to happen happened, because before we went to that 26th of October, one of the Chief Justice's bodyguards was shot dead. I think it was Justice Mwita. Okay. And after that, Uhuru went and ran by himself. Okay, with no agents of, because that's why Raila Odinga did not attend Neo, because he said what the court pronounced and say that has to change in the IEBC did not happen. That you did what judiciary did. So what Uhuru Kenyatta did was a coup d'etat, usurpation of power. So in that case, the people of Kenya can rise, the military. Coup d'etat is just taking power violently.
What did you say? Can you repeat that? Can you repeat, please? I did capture that. What did you say? Uhuru Kenyatta did a coup?
Okay, let me help you. I'll say it slowly now so you can hear me. Once it was discovered that Uhuru Kenyatta was trying to rig himself in 2017, okay, Maraga said that there was a raft of changes that were to happen before we have a re-election, okay, the second re-election, which was, part of it was the restructuring of the IEBC was number one, okay, that was part of it. I can't remember, it was like 4 things, main points. None of it happened, okay. Instead, there was one of the Supreme Court Justice Mwita, I think. Is it Mwita, the lady with short hair? Her bodyguards were shot dead. Okay? And Uhuru was actually using threatening words, him and Ruto. That's why Raila Odinga said, you know what, I'm not going to participate that, because they did not respect the pronouncement of the court, of the Supreme Court. So Uhuru Kenyatta ran by himself on October 26th, on his birthday. Okay, and declare himself president. What do you call that? That's a coup d'etat. It's not a military coup, but it's a coup by the executive.
Did you do history?
Read the meaning of coup.
You see, revolutionary. Did you undertake history as a course?
Were you there or not? Were we alive then? Did you follow up what happened?
You see,
he's right. He's right in the manner that he has argued, Mburu. Perhaps we are biased in the manner that we are looking at the word coup.
No.
I think also
Yeah.
I want
define
to
what's a coup.
distance myself.
No, wait. Let me tell you something.
Distance myself from the argument that I want to associate myself with the comments that, you know, it doesn't have to be militarily taken, but if the people rise up and go in and take the powers from the government to them, because the constitution says the people delegate the powers to they can either exercise the powers directly or indirectly. So if they choose to exercise the powers directly by them taking the power from the people whom they have donated the powers
to, thank you.
That is a coup in itself. It's just that it's not a military coup.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Uhuru Kenyatta committed a coup d'etat.
Okay. Anyway, let me take you back. First of all,
and it should be hanged to death.
No, first of all, Mr. Revolutionary, you are misleading the public when you tell them that Maraga said that Uhuru Kenyatta attempted to rig. I remember the ruling very well. He said the process was not verifiable and transparent.
What does that mean in layman's terms?
It was not verifiable and something. It was not transparent. It was not verifiable and something else.
Transparent.
It wasn't actually not transparent. Verifiable
and transparent.
Did he use transparent? No. But anyway,
yes,
verifiable. We said verifiable and there was another word there. But now, he didn't say that Uhuru Kenyatta tried to rig. The only thing he said is that they were not able to verify whether the process was followed or was duly followed to the latter. And that is why they proposed
did
several.
revolutionaries say that Maraga said that Uhuru rigged himself?
That is what he said. He said
No, that's not what he said.
He said that Maraga said Uhuru attempted to rig. And that is what I'm telling revolutionary.
That's not what revolutionary said. Let me say in verbatim.
No, he is here. He can say whether
so that he can confirm. He said that when Maraga ruled that the following measures ought to be put in place before having another election, Uhuru attempted to, or Uhuru rigged himself in by going ahead and holding the election. Have I misquoted you?
Now, if we
that is correct, Mr. Mise.
No,
that
listen.
Is correct.
Now, if he acted outside the law, yet he is not above the law, why didn't the court reverse that? Because the same court was there, they had the power. The same court which nullified did not go because they have nullified. So
did Raila go back to the?
If what Uhuru did was outside the constitution, if what Uhuru did was outside the constitution, then it would have
it
been.
was not a constitutional issue. It
was. Why had they gone to the court in the first place?
Listen, it was this was not nullified on grounds of violation of the constitution. There were issues that were observed by the Supreme Court, and there were recommendations that were given.
Now that was
those recommendations. No one came back to court and contest and say that, despite the fact that you gave this recommendation, the Uhuru has not followed. You've been told that the bodyguard of one of the bench members was shot. Who else wanted to be shot?
Mr. Let me ask you a question.
Thank you.
Was Uhuru the one who was supposed to follow with the court, or it was the IBC to do the recommendation?
To implement.
The IBC, and what is name? This person who was just Chebukati personally went to the State House, which was actually a violation because he should be partial.
Before
they're already compromised.
I don't want us to lose focus. And we divert from what we were trying to find out. We were trying to find out on the issue of people exercising power directly. What does it mean? And I just want to pull something here, just to help the people, just a little bit. And even our learned lawyer, because I felt like he's misleading us here. Just...
Lawyers have become fake nowadays.
No.
I just want to pull here. There is this guy, just a very brief statement from a guy called Kuruga Gatama. This is a facilitator, corporate governance training courses, fellow of the Institute of Directors in Kenya. Let us see what he says about that aspect. I will skip so many things I have read there about that and just go to the main area down here. Then you hear what he's saying. He's saying this: given my very limited understanding of the Constitution and the law, I am, for the avoidance of doubt, seeking the wise counsel and a sagacious advice of the learned gentlemen of the bar, and maybe the bench, on what constitutes treason and how this differs from treason to the Constitution in Kenya. Specifically, I am concerned that while Article 1 of the Constitution specifically stipulates that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution, and that the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives, I see no provision other than in Article 257 on amendments to the Constitution is there clarify or articulation on how the people may exercise their sovereign power directly in accordance with the Constitution. In any event, there seems to be a lacuna on how to determine the corrective sovereign will of the people so as to enable the exercise of people power directly. Consequently, I would like to know if it is treason to the Constitution for a group of people to arrange directly exercise the sovereign power of the people before conducting a referendum or other process to determine views of the majority of the people of Kenya. Reading Article 40 of the Penal Code, it is an act of treason for any person to, number one. Now we are talking of treason and how people cannot do anything outside the Constitution. According to the Constitution, number one, so we are saying that this is according to Penal Code, Section 40. It is treason for any person to compass, imagine, invent, devise, or intend A, restraint of the president, B, the deposing of the president from his position as president or from the style, honor, and name of head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Republic of Kenya. Number two, to express, utter, or declare any such compassing, imagination, inventions, devices, or intentions, even to imagine, even to mention.
That is according to him.
Right.
Now,
thank you.
That's not according to the.
And number one, Jeff, remember the argument that we started before you finish. Before you finish, the argument that we were having before. I told you this: if the process, if the process is faulty, I don't know how to measure the process. Yeah. The democratic process of electing. Let me use Uhuru for example. If the process of electing Uhuru Kenyatta was flawed, you cannot argue that now these people who want to, let's say Ibrahim Traore came and took him out. You can't argue that Ibrahim Traore did something wrong because he did not follow the constitution or the process, while Uhuru himself was the president and it violated the process of becoming the president. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I was arguing.
So my conclusion is, after reading that article and that penal code, is that there is no room.
I don't think you've read any penal code.
Sorry, the section 40 of the Constitution.
Hang on first. You've read an article written by someone.
And it has quoted what, you can even open your Constitution, because I don't know what is your argument.
Which article?
So this is what he has said here, that apart from here he noted that there is a lacuna. A lacuna means there is a room of interpretation of law which is not very clear. So there is a way people can use that in the wrong way, or somehow not, it doesn't stipulate clearly. So people can use that as a kajia ya mkato. Yeah. But then he has said, apart from that, he has said now, section 40 of the Penal Code. So here we are reading the Penal Code that talks of treason. You can check that.
Jeff, I'm missing your point.
And he has just noted exactly what it says. Unless you read there and tell me what I have read to the people is not the correct thing.
What's your point? I'm missing the point.
So my point is, there is no room for people to exercise power to get power from the president directly without going to the referendum. There is no room for that in our Constitution. And remember, the Constitution has said,
Jeff.
No, you're gonna give your thoughts. I might be wrong because I'm not God. I might be wrong. You're gonna give your thoughts. And the same Constitution, remember, it has said there is no exercise of power by the people outside because it has said only as stipulated in the
Let me say
Constitution.
it one more time, then I'll rest my case. I'll leave it to Missy. I'll say
Yes.
it this way, okay? If the president in place,
Yes.
okay, became a president through a flawed process, okay, you can't sit there and complain that he's being removed through unconstitutional means while he got to power through unconstitutional means. He's also illegitimate. He was not duly voted by the people. The people did not back him. So to go back to my point in Burkina Faso, the previous president was a French puppet that people did not like. He was a dictator. And this guy, Ibrahim Traore, used coup d'etat, which might not be in the constitution. I don't know what their constitution say. It was unconstitutional means, but the people legitimized Ibrahim Traore because they supported his military act of taking power from that.
How do you measure the popularity of a person without people going through a referendum? How did they legitimize? Yet he is the one who said, I am the president, and then he went to the street saying, I'm going to liberate you.
Okay.
You see, that is support in the 21st century. You see, you people, it might look very good and so sweet as people talk. You see, it might sound so sweet to you.
How do you
but that is trying to justify hooliganism. If there is something I hate is hooliganism. I love order. Because Somalia, the reason why Somalia has stagnated, as rich as Somalia is, with a lot of people
being emotional.
No, who is emotional?
We need you to be logical instead of emotional.
You see, I'm just telling you. Nobody.
You just demonstrated being emotional just by saying, if there is anything I hate is hooliganism.
Exactly.
To engage.
Do you know why? You see, me say, if you don't have point, you don't have to talk, because it is maybe that's how I express myself. And I have the freedom to say what I think. For me, I think.
I thought you were guiding revolutionary.
Anybody taking guns and bombs to go and depose the president, and now goes to the people trying now to tell people how he's gonna liberate them. I don't think that is something that should be so embraced, especially by the people who know that we can sit down. If the constitution has a problem, we change the constitution. If there is a problem, we fix the institutions. So anybody trying to legitimize or justify that there is a reason under which people can decide to take arm and overthrow the government, I think that person is badly mistaken in the 21st century. And I am telling you for sure, because this debate will be here and we will not go anywhere. I want to think that within no time, you see Ibrahim Traore being thrown out, whether by the locals or by the international, because we have international standards.
But
we have United Nations. So you also misled the people by telling people that it doesn't matter what the international community says. It matters a lot. Today, there is no nation which is a standalone, that the only thing that people care about is my country and what my people are saying. The world has become global world. It has become almost like one. That is why we have treaties. We have United Nations. We have African Union. If these people don't stamp your authority, don't stamp your leadership, you won't have studying internationally. And I don't know how you're going to grow your economy without involving other people from outside. So I wonder how Ibrahim Traore is going to navigate.
I think, Jeff, you are very passionate about Ibrahim, and you're missing the bigger picture of this argument. This argument, first of all, the penal code that you've quoted is actually not true to your argument. Your argument is about actions against people who might rise and take power from the government if they feel that they are being oppressed and their powers that they have delegated has been abused. But the penal code of 40, section 40, is actually talking about how you can bring proceedings against the government. And it actually talks about the procedure under which, if there's part one,
Have you
it
opened it
actually
there?
talks about, part one talks about preliminary, and part two talks about substantive law, and part three of this as well talks about jurisdiction and procedure. So
Can you read it to the people?
you do have a good argument, Jeff.
Are you in the Constitution there? I want you to read it to the people. If there
I'm
is
looking
something
at
I
the
added,
penal code. You mentioned Penal Code 40, right?
yeah, read it.
That's what you said. You didn't talk about the Constitution. You talked about the Penal Code, Section 40 of the Penal Code
No,
of
I am
the
telling you.
Republic.
Can you read it to the people? If I read it correctly or it is not what is written,
Section 40.
then you tell people what it means, because that is the only way we can educate people.
Cap 40 says Act title Government Proceedings. So it's irrelevant. It's not, does not relate to what you are basically referring to. But Jeff, we are agreeing with what you're saying. We are not irresponsible citizens. We are not people who are advocating that military should take up power from the government. But what our argument is simply is we are saying that people have that latitude given by the Constitution. If you rise to the, if you've been elected according to this Constitution, for you to become the president of the Republic, for example, of the Republic of Kenya, you must be democratically elected. But if you are elected and your 2 terms comes and you're not leaving office, and neither the legislature, maybe the legislature has been compromised, the judiciary and the executive is compromised, then the people are left to be vulnerable. Then the Constitution in itself says the power is vested in the people. So then the people can take power to them and exercise it directly. That's what we are trying to argue, that we cannot live in a dictatorial environment when we have been given by the Constitution the authority to exercise our powers directly. That's where we are disagreeing. And that act of us going and taking the power to us and exercising directly is an act of coup. It is not military, but it can be by the people. That's why we are saying that as far as a leader, and you have seen that biblically and historically, we do have the people have the power to take away from the leaders. So let me conclude by saying this. When laws are drafted, or when you were arguing that you can go for a referendum. How do we go for a referendum? Something has to be started in the legislation. Someone has to bring a bill, right? That bill is voted. When it's voted, it goes back to some committees, and then after that, once it's agreed, then it's brought to the people to bring for a referendum. Once the people vote, it's returned, and then that's how an amendment is done in briefly. So if you have a government that does not agree or has compromised all arms of government, how do you expect a referendum to be done?
Let me say, you see, you are giving people things and a lot of ambiguity, a lot of information that might not help the people. For instance,
no, in your opinion,
wait.
There are very clever people.
You are just confusing. You are just confusing people here. For instance, when you are clarifying issues,
okay,
you have
Buru, please, guys, we need to
No,
end this.
let me finish.
I will not
I'm
allow
saying.
this debate to
You
go
see?
on, because what you are saying, we have again.
Let me finish my statement.
And Buru,
No.
no, let's cut it
No,
short.
Mzalendo,
Let's
Mzalendo.
cut it short.
You
my,
see,
my
you
closing
see,
remarks. My closing
Mr.
remarks. My closing remarks.
I'm not going to allow any more of this debate
No,
about Oku.
Mr.
My conclusion is
No,
we are all
that's
right.
Mzalendo. You have to
Mr. is
you
right.
have to let me finish
Listen.
and tell Mr. why I
Yes,
speak what I
I'll
say.
give you 1 minute, but let me tell you in conclusion, Mr. The people have got the sovereign right to exercise as provided by the constitution. They can only exercise on an illegitimate government, not an illegal government, an illegitimately elect, an illegitimate government. That is to overthrow an illegitimate government. The people have got the sovereign power. All right. But when a government is legally in office, they don't have the right. Okay.
Right.
Yes. So let us not confuse this. And a coup is an illegal means of power. A coup is illegal. It is not within the constitution. It is not nowhere in the constitution of Kenya. Nowhere in the constitution of Kenya.
It's the terms that, let's say, for example, in Kenya, it's 2 terms, right? And then you have a president who goes 3 terms. Is that a legal government or an illegitimate?
It is an illegal government because, first of all, that is not provided in the constitution.
Correct.
So when it is not provided in the constitution, the people have got the sovereign power to exercise. No.
Yes, that's the
my closing remarks. My closing remarks. My closing remarks, Mzalendo. I'll close with this.
Yes.
Jeff, this talk of saying at the the world, the international community. There's no such thing as the international community. Just because the US and France, the West, says that this election is okay, free and fair, does not mean it was free and fair. Okay, Russia supported the coup in Burkina Faso. The West, of course, they refused to recognize him because he took control of the resources and he refused to build that oil pipe that goes through that they wanted to.
Even Africa didn't recognize that. Let's continue.
Yes.
By the way.
Yeah, you're right. AU did not, and half of those AU people are puppets, like Tinubu and all those puppets that are put there by the West. Okay, so anyway, my whole point is this: just because the West are supporting something, don't say that is international community. That is not international community. The world is bigger than US and Europe. Okay. Anyway, that's my own point. But it was a good debate. Thank you very much, Jeff Mburu and Mzalendo. I'll just listen to you guys and Mise too, of course. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Jeff.
Yes.
I hope
this is what I was
2
saying.
minutes. Make it the shortest.
This is what I was saying.
As short as a lady wearing a miniskirt.
No, you are becoming a nuisance. Keep quiet.
Make it short. Make it short. We want to.
But now you have already taken 2 minutes.
No.
Keep quiet. Let me finish what I was saying.
All right.
The reason why I said Mr. was giving us so many things that might not help the people is when you say that the institutions might be compromised. Maybe say the legislatures are compromised, the judiciary and the like, maybe and the electoral bodies. The only people who can determine whether the systems are compromised are not just the public. It has to be done within the constitution. That is why we have those institutions. So I don't know who can just decide that I know the judiciary for sure is compromised. The parliament is compromised. So we are leaving the government or the nation into the hands of public opinion. And that is why we have the laws. That is why we have the regulations. So by people having the perception that institutions are compromised, should not justify people going to take the government by power. That is why we have those institutions. That is why we have those processes. So I haven't seen any room whereby people should exercise their authority that directly now we have taken power and we have given to this person. And that is why we are saying, going ahead, maybe we're going to revisit that. And I'll now come with the constitution here. We go word by word so that people may understand the limitations within which they have to exercise their rights. Because we say absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that is why the constitution is very quick to say everything that should be done by the people must be done only within or in accordance with the constitution. That is what I meant.
Thank you, Mburu, for making it brief.
Yeah.
Mise.
Thank you very much. I just want to tell Mburu that there are very many of our viewers that are very, very intelligent and who can understand that all of us are basically saying the same thing, arguing differently. And I just want to say that there is a history where legislature has been compromised in Kenya. It's in records. People have been bought who are supposed to be able to vote for certain bills, but they end up not standing and doing their duties. So it's very possible to be compromised, the judiciary and the executive, even though when they are intended to work as independent bodies without compromising or interfering, or when there's a clear separation of power. So there has been interference. I also wanted to say that not every president has to be internationally appreciated or recognized for him to be a good leader. The institutions such as World Bank, United Nations, ECOWAS, AMISOM, all these institutions are there specifically to amplify the interests of our colonial masters. They are not necessarily there for the best of our interest. And if you want to know, please go back and know how Saudi Arabia was, the history of Saudi Arabia. Go back and know the history of Libya. Go back and know the history of where the history of what is this country, Cuba, and go back and know the history of most of these South American countries. You will know that if the people who were coming to power were not propelling the interests and agendas of the West, then they would not be recognized. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are bad leaders or they are not able leaders, but because their interests of the West have not been propelled. That is why countries like South Africa, countries like China, India, Brazil came to a conclusion that we are not being recognized, our interests are not being propelled, and they formed a block where they can come together and where they can be listened and respected. So I think it's important that we continue debating. But Mr. Landon, you and me came to a clear conclusion that if a government goes against what is in that constitution, the people have the power to take back. Then the government stops being legitimate government and becomes illegitimate. And when the government becomes illegitimate, power to the people, sovereignty is to the people, and they can take power, their power back.
All right, Giovanni, you've come back. I hope we are just winding up the show. Can you just give us your closing remarks? We've been here for almost 5 hours. Give us your closing remarks and make it brief. Make it very, very short.
Okay. What I can just say, I don't know, because it's. I was thinking about when we supposedly compare ourselves to the Western Europe, to the Western world, and I don't understand why we have taken that long for us to be able to change from a primitive society to a to a to a society that is compatible with the living with the times. We are still living archaically in out of this, despite any regard of humanity. But we are not able to catch up, and we cannot be able even to emulate the Western world. um, I don't know whether it is through our black constitution. And the constitution basically, I mean like ourselves, our bodily constitution, our black bodily constitution, or is it, or is it maybe we are not yet exposed at the right time? I don't understand, and we are not able to catch up even to the halfway of the Western world. We are still living barbarically. We are still living in Stone Age. We are still, our actions, our ways, our thoughts, our deeds, and I don't know. I don't know whether it is a problem from lack of exposure. Maybe we'll change within time, or is it something that is basically within us? It's about us, black people. Because even if you look at the black man, even in the US, he's still backward. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's a subject we shall maybe explore deeply in our next episode.
All right, Giovanni, you're saying we're still in the Stone Age. It reminds me of that cartoon where we have Wilma, and they are living in the Stone Age. What is the name of that cartoon where they live in rocks?
Giraffe wanaitagwa nani? Sijui anaitagwa Raftons. Anaitagwa ni Raftons ama anaitagwa je nani?
Oh my God! Anybody in the comment section?
Anaitagwa sijui Raftons.
Oh my God! Okay, I know the wife is called Wilma, but the Flintstones.
Yeah, the Flintstones. Yes, it's something Stones. Yes, Flintstones.
Yeah, the Flintstones. So the
Flintstones. Mzalendo, when you look, you know, sometimes I get just frustrated. We take too much money and our resources to go to the Western world to benchmark, whether in Israel, in Europe.
Giovanni,
you know?
Angalia to the lifestyle of an African leader, a Kenyan leader.
Yeah.
Look at
imagine, even in the Europe.
Leader. And look at the way they carry themselves. Look at the kind of wealth that they want to carry. Look at the cars they drive. Look at how they live.
The question is, Mzalendo, the question is, yes, I'm asking, the question is it a problem with the kind of the constitution of our bodily constitution, maybe akili zetu hazitawahi komaa, ama is it a problem with the times? Are we still evolving?
No. You know, we've come to at you know, a long time. We used to admire people who are educated, people who are innovators, and things like that. That one is gone. Today, anybody can access education. Education is no longer as the way it used to be those days. The days when people were educated, you would know that this one is we have got only 5 graduates in the village, or we have got 2 doctors in our whole constituency, and that was the pride of the village. Today, the pride of the village is the big car, whether it is stolen or not. That is the pride of the village. The pride of the village is the big house that you have. The pride of the village, how you got it, nobody wants to know. But so long as you are posing as somebody who is very, very rich, that is the pride of each and every family. They want you to be rich. Your parents want you to be rich. They are pushing you to be rich. They don't care how you're becoming rich. And that's how the world is. Anyway, guys, that's a topic for another day. today we didn't conclude on so many things. We were to discuss this issue. This issue here, we'll discuss it later in the evening. The 2 billion salary haste. This one we didn't discuss it. Mise, I need you to watch the screen a bit so that we discuss this later in the evening. The 2 billion salary haste. That is corruption in Kenya. And then we have also this coming up. We have moved to the visa restriction for citizens of every African country as well as other countries. Any African can enter Rwanda anytime. I think Kenya is moving towards that direction. I mean, there's a lot to discuss there, and the openings that are going to be within Africa. So please just stay tuned to Africa. Here is where we unlock the potential, and we unlock the stories that you've not heard. You've heard so many things. You've had informative, educative topics from our able panelist, Giovanni here, Jeff Mburu here, and of course, Miss LM, not letting us down. Kenya Rebel was also here. We appreciate you. I know you are listening on the background. And Leo, who has stepped out. We thank you very much, the guys who are on the comment section. Let me just read a few of you who are on the comment section. Mutembei, asante sana for coming into the show. Peter, thank you for being on the comment section. Next time, please go to the YouTube channel and subscribe to Afric Diaspora 24, Afric D24 on YouTube. When you go to Afric D24, you'll find this logo of Africa. Please make sure that you've subscribed. Follow us also on our Facebook page, Afric D24 on our Facebook page, and we will be able to discuss more on those particular pages. And again, we have also a WhatsApp group. Please subscribe. We normally discuss a lot of politics there, things that are happening in Africa, and things that we are intent to discuss in future. We said next week we are discussing about the job opportunities in diaspora. Mr. will tell us about the opportunities that are in Canada. Mburu will also tell us the opportunities that are in the US. With that said, you guys, sasa sisi tunataka kwenda kulala. Ni asubuhi hapa Marekani, na kwaheri na tuonaneni